Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is from Bharat, India, Suraj Singh. All my friends around the world, and this is July 7th, 2020. A day of specialty in every respect that world has been suffering from corona. But is it really suffering? Question is that what corona is doing, we know, and we are doing nothing against it except announcements to open, open and open, open and close, open and close, open and close. This is happening. I don't understand why it's happening. So, this is time to introspect and this talk about COVID. Small talk, not live, and not talk at length because I am making other videos also regarding COVID-19 because I don't want to waste your time. This video is meant for small talk on corona and of course then management, after management, and then you can say to take you to materials, journal, and contracts or whatever is important from every point of view, from your point of view, my point of view. We are sitting here to get some information. Whatever information I have, I can share with you, and that's what this talk is about. This talk, as usual, this talk and COVID-19, a major head on us, a major influence on everyone. COVID-19 has made, and it is telling us you have to change yourself, and if you don't change, I am your monitor, I will change you. It's already done its work, lot of work. Greed of public and emotions of public all over the world are not helping them. Public all over the world is getting emotional as if they come out of jail. Problem is that those countries affected by COVID, I think you cannot say these countries are affected more or less because all have been affected adversely, very adversely. England country, USA country, and whatever country you see where people are used to drinking, used to going to pubs, and used to do all kinds of acts in name of modern world, in name of modern society. Not because they require that, because they want to show that they belong to modern society. They go and drink, and some are caught here with COVID-19 and they close that. Why do you open then? Is drinking that important? You can't live without that? I don't think so. It's not, very essential that you drink. I'm not saying you don't drink, you drink, it's up to you. But is it essential? You have to check first. You have to review. Is it essential to drink? Okay, food is essential. Food you can cook at home. Don't go to restaurants because no need. You cook at home with full hygiene and eat very hot. It's your room, it's your home, your kitchen. But no, I don't know. You have to show to public. You have to enjoy, and that's where problem lies, I think. Until your friend COVID exists, you can't enjoy this. Second day of its opening in England, it was closed, this pub, and in other country, USA also. Something was closed, some restaurant was closed because of something, So it's you open and close, you open and close, you open and close. Why you are doing that much? When you know there is a problem, we know there is a problem, there is no solution of yet. No solution of that problem. Why are we so anxious to open it again, close it again, and then do this and do that? Yesterday, I got my haircut. When I reached salon, I was happy to see that a small paper was posted on it written without your mask, entry is banned. Good, I was happy. Though I was wearing my handkerchief mask, I entered there, and it was well, it was better than before. It was clean. Then I started. Clothes that person put on my neck was well, it was fine, clean, and that person used, you know, and you can say the solution on palms, and then he also had mask on his face. Well, I think those people understand, and he did not do anything that could harm my brothers. He requested me to take out my mask. I said, no, I won't take out. And he did my cutting when I wore continuously till and my mask. And also he had mask. So people are aware also. You cannot say that all are that. Those who are well disciplined, those who think that they have to protect themselves and others, they are there. Simultaneously, there are people who don't care, and I argued with them. Yesterday also, I argued with many, and day before yesterday, I disputed with many. Now, you people are shameless people, you women and men all. If you don't value yourself, you don't value your people, you don't understand what is this. So, means people take it easily, and that's the problem, all over the world. It's not in my country or your country, it's everywhere. People think that this is a game of cricket or football, fourth or sixth or this and that. They don't understand that I told many ladies that you are, by not using mask or by having, you have shame in yourself. Why don't you use mask? You think it's something wrong? Or you feel shy that why should I use? You are subjecting your family members, your children, your husband to this disease. If you suppose carry this from air itself, and you carry at home, and I do not talk to you actually, keep off from me. I'm not interested in talking to you if you come without that. So I clearly told them that you are not caring for your people, your family. So we have to think that way. After all, it's like medicine. You have to take precautionary measure. It's also medicine that you are wearing mask. It's a kind of indirect medicine that you have to protect yourself. What's wrong with that? When you have eyesight, you use glasses, spectacles. So why are you wearing clothes? So don't wear clothes also. It's for protection of your body. So it is sometime like that until this virus stays. You have to do it, or you will feel invite COVID-19 to you. I asked them, if suppose it goes into you, what shall you do? There's no hospital that will give you water. There's no hospital that will provide a good doctor. Don't imagine you'll get facilities these days. You won't get anything and you'll suffer. Means you can't beat them, but at least you have to explain to these people. Even mature people don't understand. One man was going with his buffaloes and just without anything. I go, what you are doing? You don't have this cloth on your face? Mask? Oh no, what? No. Why are you inviting this disease? But people don't understand. I can't understand this reason, believe me. Means if they cannot take their care, how do you expect them to care about yourself or about your neighbors and about your nation? I'm saying if they can't take their care, they cannot take care of this country or other people in other country. It's really very, very extraordinary situation that there is a madness among all world people. This is called madness. Despite knowing you are not going to resort to precautionary measure if this is not defined as madness. What do you mean? How can you define madness? This is called madness. I want to kill myself. I'm inviting this COVID-19 to me myself. This is what I can say. Means you invite for yourself. It's not that you are inviting for yourself. You are inviting for family as well. It's really, you can say foolishness. I can say foolishness of people of world. You may be educated, you may not be educated. It does not make any difference. if you cannot understand, if your mind cannot tell you you are doing right or you are doing wrong, it's your mind that's not functional now. As far as COVID-19 relation is concerned, your mind does not work. If your mind works, you should have taken precautionary measure. And I'm finding that more than 50 to 60% public, or even more, they do not care about this. I'm not saying using mask or goggles. Goggles they don't understand, spectacles they don't understand at all. Only those who have eyesight they use goggles, others are not using even masks, they are not using rightly. Because I think it's not their fault as well. There's a lack of information, lack of education to them. People don't know why people are asking them to use mask. Or they think it doesn't make anything. Some people, COVID will not do anything to me, Corona will not do anything to me. Means they don't know what COVID will do for them or not. They say, no, nothing will happen to me. I don't know. They don't understand that lakhs of people have died in the world and crores have been infected. They're not understanding this point. This is maybe called, when somebody dies at home, some member of the family, you feel shocked. I think either people are shocked and because of shock they are depressed. That could be one of reasons. Otherwise, nobody, sensible person, no person with sound mind would subject self to that risk which is known. If risk is unknown, we can say fine, risk is unknown. But when risk is known and you don't take corrective action or precautionary measures, then I can't say there's no meaning of risk. If you understand there's a risk and you don't take, treatment on that, you don't take measures that can stop that risk or convert it to something else, you means your mind is unsound, I can say. So I'm saying for all, I'm announcing this of all world people that they should take care. Means it's not question which country you belong to, I belong to. It's question of world. This problem belongs to globe. And globe means everyone. So, and also as news are coming in, as I told before also, and I made separate video also for yesterday and day before yesterday regarding airborne effect by COVID-19, as well as it is available all over the world and news confirm, scientists confirm that it's not that Wuhan started this. It had been started from it was started from somewhere else also prior to Wuhan. Wuhan originated. Actually, to be very frank, I say scientists are talking about this. They are working on this. Already, 259 scientists from all over the world have sent to WHO one open letter regarding airborne effect of this. And WHO has today, according to today's news, and I got information that WHO is considering that, is reviewing that. Okay, reviewing means they will certainly say use what they will say, the precautionary, but already use masks, and that's only an answer to that. Don't go redundantly somewhere and stay home. Even if you stay home, I can say in home also you should use mask. I use mask because some people come to my home for some reasons. Means there's a temple also in our courtyard, and some people come to temple, so they come inside also for some items. So I keep myself with this handkerchief when I am on ground floor. Yes, when I'm now on second floor, so on second floor it's not that risky because this virus should move not more than 3 or 4 meters in air from ground level, and therefore I should say at second floor or third floor I'm safe. But if it's multi-story, say if it is a multi-story building, I would not be safe. And there are so many reasons specified by scientists now we should understand, because scientists are scientists, they are very well educated community, scientific community. What they say cannot be ignored. And even though there is no evidence for that, their opinions are even important, more than important. And yesterday also I made news. I announced to you, I informed to you what about that news. And it's wonderful that we got 4 or 5 locations where this virus was identified in Europe as well as in other parts of the world, in Asia, or you can say in Europe, or you can say somewhere else. I forgot the name of that country. So now they are researching on that. Well, from where it started, the scientists say virus is available all locations of the world. Sometimes it is dormant, sometimes not dormant, depends on its capacity. So you can say it was dormant, but but later on when this environment develops in which it thrives, it operates, it's reactivated, self-reactivated. That environment gets means low temperature and high humidity, and particularly 4 degrees Celsius temperature when it's in, which is generally cold storage temperature, you can say 4 degrees Celsius. It works in, and high humidity says 50, 60, 70, 80, 90%. So now rain means supporting atmosphere for virus. Low temperature means supporting environment for virus. At this point we should understand, if this virus can thrive in that, so this monsoon season in Bharat, India is supporting for virus. Even in Gulf also is high humidity conditions. So there also, of course, temperature may be high there, but temperature is one part, while humidity is also another part. And actually, this is a very powerful virus, so we have to take only precautionary measures against it, otherwise what to do? No other solution. You tell me what solution. As for injections and all these are only announcements until it is done. And injection means that will also be precautionary injection, because that's not treatment injection. Only precautionary measures could be taken, because until we know what is origin of disease, what is root of disease, you cannot say anything. So what to say then? Means I would not talk much on this, because every day it's working very fast. All over world, news are, I know nowadays news are not coming. Real news regarding virus are not coming. Every country is trying to hide something. Well, this is politics, and I don't talk politics in this talk, because politics is not my field, but thinking is my field. Political thinking could be my field, and professional thinking could be my field. So I should say that just don't depend, don't be excited, don't have anxiety. I have to go to pub or to drink, I have to go to beach, or I have to go there and there. This will certainly harm you only, no one else. Because if virus comes to you, only you have to suffer, not that shop or pub or restaurant or beach or wherever you go for entertainment. They won't suffer, only you will suffer. And with this I can say, I close this talk of virus today. I will take some time else, because I don't have very specific news for this, except that WHO is reviewing it, and also many scientists still work. So with this I can say, I take out my hanky from here, and we will talk on management now. Management, which is project engineering management, or you can say engineering management, which is general, and project engineering management, which is super, and then quality orientation of this, and you can say followed up by what you can say general specs, and soil also if time allows, because, and then we'll go to FIDIC. I'll go to FIDIC. This silver, I will start silver. I didn't suggest EPC. So that's what I should say. We should now be ready for our daily general professional issues talk. And I am at least happy that something I am doing. I'm not saying that I am doing wonders, but I am at least I before I used to think means how to communicate my experience to public, or to those who seek some information, probably from community of engineering, means Best way in past was to write books or pages or notes or posts on your social media. But because social media is very channel, means it's very difficult to find people who are interested in professional activities. But even if there are some, I have seen some professional activity sites are not, they are not very interested in such stuff. They are only interested in their own field, and that is pity that people don't want to expand their wings. Expansion of wings is very important in current scenario of world. Current means not now. In decade currency, you can say expansion of your wings is very important. Do not keep yourself centered on one field. One okay, I have passed this, so I will do this. That's not time for this. Now world is changing very fast, and mind is very powerful. Those who understand value of mind, they understand what is expansion. They understand what's the use of mind. They understand how to value themselves. Mind is very powerful. Don't forget that. Your passing of single degree or many degrees won't make any difference if your mind is not fertile. Fertility of mind and then fertility of your actions are very significant in management. What you learn in management, I'm not talking of that. I am talking of self-management. Everybody has a management power. Everyone, kid or senior, all range of people have their management power. If you have noticed a kid, infant, that kid keeps on thinking something without any goal, but keeps on, utilizing energy in something. Want to see something, want to climb up some steps, falls. Means that mind says you have to do something, but that mind forgets at that time that body does not allow to do that. But mind works, kid mind also works. We have to understand that psychology also. That mind starts working from very start of day one, or you can say when it comes to its welcome this world. From that day itself, kid starts working. This means it's mind that comes, others are supports. So our mind is, you can say, powerful tool for us. Or you can say, your mind is birth, nothing else. It's mind that's born, and for support of this mind, we have this body which is having many organs. Many times I explain like this. That's why when we say management, it's mind actually that we ask to do something. Management means, you can say man here is mind. Man means mind. Here is mind that I'm talking of. So if I say my mind is fertile, actually I say only because first I have to study what is my mind. If I think that my mind is fertile, I can know from my own acts what I have done, what I have done. At that time of doing, maybe I do not know what I am doing, or I make mistakes, I do errors on my activities. At that time, maybe I don't understand, but later when I review what I have done, because review is very important, whatever you do in life, if not daily, sometimes in your life, you should review what you are doing. Self-review is very significant. Don't review at the same time when you do. At that time you can't review your act. Your working cells are more active than your reviewing cells. At that time you can't find your mistake, even if you do 10 times, because your mind has entered something you can't expel immediately. So your Excel sheet in your mind, I'm not talking this Excel sheet, I'm saying excellent sheet in your mind structure that is busy with even wrong information you have filled in. But when you are free sometime, free of that action which you did wrong, would certainly come out, and you know that your action was erroneous, and check it. It happens. Practically it happens. So I'm not here interested in telling you what happens in mind, but my mind says that everybody's mind is very significant. Education means mind development, nothing else. Whatever education you have, whatever level you have, you may be professional, you may be a professional person, means you are a professional engineer, doctor, or whatever, intelligent, intellectual. This means that your mind can work in that field. It is nothing more than that. But you have to work. If you find work, and if you don't work, then your education has got no meaning. Application of your knowledge is very important because application gives you result. Application tells you what you learned was right or it was wrong. Your certificate will not tell you. This is my understanding. Your understanding can differ, and I will respect your understanding if you, with explanation, tell me what wrong I am talking. It's my habit to criticize myself even. I criticize myself, maybe you do not know. It doesn't matter I should criticize by speaking or by writing. I criticize myself often. And then I criticize others. Because everybody makes mistake, so do I. Making mistake is habit of everyone. All people make mistakes, but sometimes people repeat mistakes because they forgot that mistake. They forget that mistake. Okay, I make mistake. Mistake is not crime. Mistake is no crime because you are working. And when you work, certainly sometime 1% error, 2% error, or some level of error happens because of loss of concentration. We call it ignorance or condone or overlook, whatever terminology or verb you use there. It means same. I say, oh, I lost my concentration, some telephone I had to attend, I missed that one. No problem. But you at least remember that something happened and I missed that one. I call all this a part of self-management, how I manage self, how I fit myself into my schedule or my schedule fit to me, one and same. How I utilize my time. This means how I utilize my energy. You must have noted, you all are people with families, you must have noted that children have lot of energies. They eat many times. It's not because they eat because of hunger. They eat because they play, they run here and there. They just do whatever they want for entertainment because nobody can digest energy. That is also a fact of life. I can't digest energy, you can't digest energy. That energy, if it keeps your body in unequilibrium position, you will feel problems with that. You can't sit idle, you can't sit in pains, you can't be patient with that until you digest that energy somewhere, either in some actions or somewhere else where it has to go. Because you can only have one level of energy or certain habitual level of energy. Other energy has to go. You may cry, you may walk, you may jump, you may dump, you may study, do whatever you want to study. You have to do that. Otherwise, that energy shall keep hammering you. It can be whatever energy. It will keep hammering you. Same thing it does with kids. They run usually, they fight with their friends and this and that and cry and do without any result, without any goal. What they do, they don't know anything. They have to do that. So everybody remains kid throughout life. Everybody. We are not kid, but everybody has some kid in some corner of mind, in some corner somewhere. I too am kid, you are kid. To some extent, ultimately we are kids of God. That is a fact. So when we grow up, kid factor remains low and maturity factors start. And I've seen some people who are still talk like kids, who still walk like kids, and they just tease others for nothing. For nothing, because might be they miss their childhood. They miss so many. I have seen many European people just teasing others without anything. No, they enjoy that. Means, so what I say, maturity, or you can say pragmatism, or childish behavior, or whatever, are parts of life. One cannot be serious all time, and one cannot be happy all time, and one cannot weep all time or cry all time, or one cannot, study all time, one cannot think all time. It depends. And that is where distribution of energy counts. And distribution of energy means allotment of energy to all activities of your life, productive activities or just time wasted activity, or sleeping activity. I call sleeping also activity, because your body is activities of rest. Active doesn't mean you can't sleep. Sleeping is also activity. In sleep mode, you get much information which you forget just to open your eyes. But that information remains in your mind. You remember when I remember, I was in class 1, standard 1 in those days, and my teacher said that. My mother said that. My mother took me to school when I came back from there without completing my classes. So my father used to beat me and took me to school again. I did not remember that, but that automatically it comes to me, because this was some specific day for me, or negative day for me, when I did something wrong and I was punished for that. You never forget, because that is somewhere in your mind, but you don't remember it always. Remember, you don't recall it always. You recall it when something is required, or you explain this, oh, this happened with me that time, my father did with that, I did that. This means mind works. Mind does not sleep, and that's why I consider it as my professional part. Part is my profession, use of energy. And when I say management or organization or something in engineering, and this is very big, you can say very big topic. Very big topic. Because what do you need in engineering? You need energy, first of all. You need energy and mind, both. Your energy helps your mind, and your mind should be active, which energy keeps in. And mind active means you cannot sleep until you do what you decided to do, or to what level you decided to do, you do that. Or if you are in search of some information, until you find that information, you cannot sit silent. That is property of, that is basics of fundamentals of organizational management. Means, don't think whatever somebody will teach you is management. You have to teach yourself. Sometimes this is called natural management, natural understanding of management. I can learn from nature what my professors cannot tell me, what my books can't teach me. I can learn from nature. Nature is my teacher, just like at birth time my parents were my teacher, my relatives were my teacher. Same way, nature is my teacher. Nature teaches me regularity. Nature teaches me punctuality. Nature teaches me all actions in life. Nature teaches me never stop. Nature teaches me life is not sleeping for sleep. Life is active until, even if there is a disturbance, even if there is thunderstorm, even if there is a fire, nature does not stop. It keeps on working. You may call it eclipse, but nature does not believe in eclipse. That is system. That system never stops. When nature does not stop, why should I stop? Yes, I may stop from duty, from my work. I said 2 days, Sunday or Friday, I have to take rest. But don't forget, your body is working, your mind is working. You may say I am on rest, but fact is that you can't rest. Yes, physically you can rest, you can go to bed and sleep, you can relax, but remember, mind is your friend as well as your warner also. It gives you alert as well. Mind, if you understand application by mind and application of mind, you cannot sit without work. Without work means not your productive work or a professional work, means work which gives you happiness. There are many classes of works. What gives you happiness? What gives you happiness or sadness? Or what gives you liability or it's your obligation or boredom? Work gives you everything. But work means happiness, what I say. If you're not drawing happiness or pleasure from whatever work you do, there is something wrong. I simply say that. If your thought-based works do not help you to be happy, there must be something wrong. You analyze yourself because you are an educated person. You understand what analysis is, how it is done. And analysis is the root of engineering, remember. Not only engineering, analysis is the root of life. If you have certain problem in your personal life, private life, you have to analyze that to know where is basic mistake. And if you can't analyze, then you can't live in this world. You live means physically, you live intellectually, you cannot live. See, there are two ways. One is synthesis and one is analysis. Those people who do not understand what is analysis, they are, people like fat mind, you can say tougher mind, or you can say they don't understand reality of life, they just understand something moving on, moving on. Move with the stream, move with river water. Those people are followers, I can say. Those people can follow any right or wrong, whatever they believe is right, they follow it. Those people are people based on synthesis formula. They never try to break that and understand what formula is, how it is derived. These people are no use as far as scientific work is concerned, establishment is concerned, system formation is concerned, reasoning is concerned, logic is concerned. Those people are irrational, you can say. Those are illogic. Those are, you can say, what you call it, without mind. You say without mind means they have mind, I can't say, but their mind is not destined mind. Their mind is just keep on, okay, keep on. You say this is okay, this is right. You say an option for that, okay, this is also right. You give third alternative, this is that, okay, this too is right. Whatever you say to them, they will say it's right. Such people, I don't know what to call them. Means those people just accept what you beat them, they will say, okay, thank you very much. They will fight with you, but they won't do anything more than that. So I call them that they don't use their mind because something is missing with them. Some structure of their mind is somewhere problematic. So they are okay. Means my part's not to criticize someone. I'm trying to say there are such people, and there are people who always want to show me logic behind this. Show me logic behind this. You explain to me, justify to me what you are proposing or claiming is right, is admissible. I respect those kinds of people. Though they criticize me, I don't mind. Because they are criticism also based on intellect. Maybe I am wrong. I don't claim I am right. But you convince me that I am not right. Then I would accept, okay, thank you very much for giving benefit. You explained to me something about me and I am thankful for that. I got some benefit, some advantage by and from your explanation about my weakness or my positive mind or negative mind. I won't say that you are enemy to me, that you are criticizing me. If you criticize me, I am happy that you are there. At least you try to observe me. See, that means I was a point of attraction. You were attracted to my conditions and you observe me. So it is an achievement indirectly, you can say. I was focused by you. If somebody says about me something, I should be thankful rather than saying, why are you criticizing me? Why there is a problem with criticism, I cannot understand. And what's happiness, what's benefit you get if somebody supports you? Supporting is easy. Supporting someone is too easy. It's nothing. But if someone speaks something opposite, I think that person is value for that person to whom opposition is shown. This means if I oppose someone, I know about that man much more than those who support that man, because support is no use. Support is light, it's useless. I have to criticize someone only when I understand that, I thoroughly go through that and say, no, this is wrong here. This action is not right. He should have not done like that. Right? What happens when you watch cricket match or some other match? What you say? Oh, this player should have done that and this player should have done. But that player doesn't know what you are talking about him. If you can think that way to oppose someone, why not to oppose something which is going to impact upon all? I think this is the best part of organization. Though it is concealed, it is hidden, but it helps society. I understand in management terms, in organization terms, that verb, if you use governance as verb, this is guy going to govern, there is a verb, and opposition is also a verb, oppose. Govern and oppose are very important terms. Though govern is powerful, that's why it is higher, and opponent is not powerful, but opponent is always higher, because opponent is a check on governance. And that person who governs, if he understand, that person understand that Saul understand that opposition is my friend. A friend in a sense, yes, a meaning of friend is something else. F-R-I-E-N-D. E-N-D and F-R-I are separate words, you can say. If that person thinks of me, it's achievement for that governing person, because someone is observing you, and observation means your right or your wrong answer. If somebody observes me, though I don't know that person, it's my good luck. I can say, I award myself that I'm fortunate if that person watches me, that person guards me in the airplane. Not because that was my friend, but that person also is interested in the same goal where I am interested. If this point we understand in whole world, half problems would go away. Yes, sometimes you feel angry. Why I am being questioned? You may feel angry, but that time you feel angry because of egoistic issue. It's private and personal issue. This person is asking me question. Question means what? And answer means what? Think on this. What meaning of question? Why question you say? Question is asked only when uncertainty exists. Uncertainty must be questioned. Certainty, you know. Certainty itself is answer. There are two very difficult points in life. One is uncertainty and one is ambiguity. Because I was involved in some seminar just as an audience, and that seminar I did not like because basics of this was incorrect. If you promote uncertainty, I don't understand what's logic in that. Certainty automatically moves. Nobody can stop it. But it's uncertain and you want to convert it to certain, then you are thinking in a wrong direction. Uncertainty can be corrected, but cannot be renamed to certainty, because there is certain defect. There is something missing in that. There is some break in that. You cannot drive with uncertainty. Yes, you can drive to some distance, but after that you will be lost. Where I have to go? So, in our world of engineering, where delivery is requirement, where concrete work is requirement, where you have to say this is done and done permanently, you cannot say what you have done is uncertainly based. Is it based on uncertainty? No. If it's based on uncertainty, it's not permanent. Can't be. Rain is uncertain. It's down. We don't know. We did not expect rain. We did not expect flood, but it is, of course, here. What does it do? It causes havoc. It causes devastation. COVID is there, uncertain. We don't know about this, but it is there. It's destroying everyone. So uncertainty does not occupy any place in engineering world. Similarly, ambiguity. Can you work based on ambiguity? How can you? Whether I have to do this, I have to do that. Word's meaning is that, meaning this. Whether there's a line here clear or not, I can't stand trying. What does it communicate to me? Can you work that? And if you work that, you waste time because you don't know what to do after that. And because of uncertainty, because of ambiguity, and because of all those points, these points, there's a confusion, there's a mix-up, there's a hangover, there's abeyance. All these are points that engineer must understand. I am talking about engineering because I am talking about engineering. Otherwise, this applies in all fields, all disciplines, all professions. You cannot decide based on uncertainty. Yes, you can decide, but conditional decisions. So conditional decisions means again review. You have to review and watch. So that is not free mind. That is not certain. Uncertainty continues there. Ambiguity is very difficult to be handled with. You can't do it. So what I understand that in engineering world, which is full of facts, is a box of facts. Every engineering subject, every engineering work, every engineering field, every engineering activity means box of reality, box of facts. Even if there are options, then there are boxes available. This option, this box, and this option, this box, and this option. Those boxes are there, and you have to rely on those boxes and screen out which box is better for you. Engineering is difficult for those who cannot rethink and rethink and rethink and rethink. It's very difficult for those. And engineering is very easy for those who understand every chain point. Engineering is a chain of activities, series of activities, which activities are themselves cleared, are themselves certain. No confusion must exist there. No, you can say day and night together be there. Cannot be. Engineering is based on concept. C-O-N-C-E-P-T. Clear concept. If you don't have clear concept, don't do engineering. Even after doing engineering, don't do engineering because your concept is not clear. You cannot decide correctly. Your concept is not clear. It's same way if you have rupee 10 with you and your budget is 20, you are spending money but you are not thinking where shall I get 10 rupees more from. You do not understand that. And you finish expenses of 10 rupees and then say, this work left and this work left and this work left, or this item I could not buy. Then you got money. You don't have money. So either you have to go to bank to take loan of rupee 10 or you have to arrange that money. This means already there is a deficit of 10 rupees. You spend that. You did not understand where shall I get this money, or how to reduce budget. That is analytical study. You didn't do that, you just spend that money. Okay, we'll see how it happens. God will give me. Yes, God shall give you. Indeed, you will get from God, but God already told you you are deficient. God has already told you you are deficient. Why did you not take that point into your consideration? That I am deficient rupees 10, so I have to rebudget my work. Why you did not think of that? That's where engineering lies, when to get your solution. Engineering says don't do it. First arrange this. I want more. Don't do it. But you are not listening to engineering. There where error lies. Your problem you are creating because you are not applying mind, and application of mind is engineering. Just like this application of science is engineering. Yes, that's right. But science means what? Science means mental capability. Science is nothing. It's your mental stage. Your science is your mind. Science means thinking. Science means contemplation. Science means concentration. Science means analysis. And a combination of all, that's called science. These properties survey whole universe. These properties move around universe and find what universe is all about. What is general definition of science and knowledge? Knowledge is available in nature. It's seen. But we have to study it. There is nothing we study and it's not available in nature. Science is extraction and understanding of available information from nature, and to understand its system, its working, its scheme, or its time scale, you can say, its motion, you can say, its direction, you can say. All these are based on your thinking actually. Thinking generates to another thinking, and that generates to another thinking. So thinking goes on, keeps on thriving, growing, multiplying, and enlarging your vistas. Enlarging your vistas. These vistas can go to where it goes to. Remember, those people who have capacity of think, and basis is education. Education is earning there. Those thinkers use that education for further knowledge. This is what I want in engineering. Everyone to understand that engineering is much more than what you think it is. Engineering gives you much more than what you think it can be done. It's in itself a dynamism. It's in itself a flyer. Engineering itself means you are a person with mind that can lead you to unknown. Unknown. When you have some vision, you have vision, but you don't know how it will look. How do you have vision? After all, vision is reality. You cannot say it's imaginary. Vision is never imaginary. Otherwise it can't be vision. Vision means you are viewing something, but it's not clear because it's distant. I will not go to a religion talk in this. There is a goal of antagonism. I will not say that. Vision is focused in your mind, and because your body eyes cannot view that correctly, your hidden eyes would help you to bring that vision out. Engineering is a vision, and civil engineering is father of vision, because civil engineering uses all materials of nature in every form and converts to solid, useful material. That is vision. You did not view something until you planned it, but before planning, you viewed something you could not understand, but then you had an idea of that, and you can apply knowledge, your ability on that idea, and you produce something which was unknown before is now available known. It is double. It's not only known, available. So there is no need of any evidence in that case. This means you engineered that. You engineered it. You made it. This means engineering is making. Engineering is making, you can say. Making something from something that is not available, or something that is available in very, very, very natural form, and that is available in such quantity you cannot imagine. So organization, therefore, is very different. That's what I say. First, understand what is organization, understand what is management, what is the mind of management. Management mind doesn't mean mind of those people who are in management, but management theory itself must have a mind. Management theory must have a principle, your defined principle, not author's defined principle. Your mind, because it's a master of management, it's master of structurization, it's master of organism, it's master of organization. You can get all information from this. And when you start using your mind, you'll be on top of world. Keep using your mind and give answers. Keep your mind and think. That is what engineering means. Engineering doesn't mean that I give you something and you do that. It doesn't mean that. That's not engineering. I am giving you this, you'll just do it. So you are not full engineer. None of you. None of you is full engineer. You are saying you do it because your work is over, and then I'm following you. So this is not engineering. This is just part of engineering, not engineering. You did not deliver anything. You gave to someone who has to deliver then he has to come and say who has to deliver. So this is just the chain of deliveries. One gives to other gives to other gives to other, and all like that. I can understand you would say this is not possible. I have to do everything. No, don't do everything. I'm saying think. Think. Unfortunately, we have understood engineering wrongly. Unfortunately, we have understood engineering wrongly. Engineering is not some projects only. Engineering is not I have done this, we have done this is engineering marvel, and this is that, and this is this. Yes, there are engineering marvels. But what is real engineering? Again and again I say, when you think of engineering, think of nature. When you want to understand engineering, think of nature. Nature is engineering. Nature is engineer. This I always reiterate. If you want to become good engineer, yes, study is utmost important. Without education, you cannot be. But don't forget, maybe you have already education in natural education. Birds also are engineers. Of course, very small level. Every creature is engineer. They understand where to live, how to protect themselves from impacts of sun and water, rain. They hide themselves. Cat protects itself, dog protects itself. Birds protect themselves. They are not engineers, but they know how to do it. So why do we need a house? Because we want protection. We want comfort. We want to live safe. That's why I need a house. I need facilities because I want to enjoy life. I want to use life. I need minimum facilities. Engineering is that. Engineering is no discipline. Engineering is no profession, you can say. It's a religion. Engineering is your internal religion. It's no profession. Profession is very small, Profession is all very small. Profession means you study a lot and now you do work and get money and that's it. No. Engineering is, engineering is, you can say, a passion. Engineering is an access to God because you are doing construction. Construction doesn't mean business of talking. Construction is building of world. You are something for some duration for this world. Engineering is that. People take it only from professional viewpoint, while I am taking it from life viewpoint. From life viewpoint. Understanding engineering is very difficult. And if you just do engineering without using mind, without using skills, it's not engineering. Engineering means change. Basic definition of engineering. Change. Change and change. Build and build. If something is not built, you have to build it. You have to build it. Now how you build it, it's up to you. That is called engineering. If you are unable to build, or you can say evolve something, it's not philosophical I'm talking, it's real. It's real. When we say we are agents of change, this means every change. Engineer is a self-contained person who can start doing something on its own. That is engineer. A person who has mind, who has powerful mind, and that person uses that powerful mind. When you join engineering syllabus, you go to university. What for you go there? You go there only to learn something. Learn in mind. It should be set in your mind. That is learning. It's couple of years, in a couple of years, or 4 or 5 years, 6 or 7 years, 8 years, you get basics information, you get useful information only, and after that you, when find opportunity in field, you start applying those. And because engineering is very expensive, opportunities are also very fair. Therefore, take engineering this way. I would suggest simply, don't think that it's money making activity, it's money making world. Engineering is not money making, it's nature making world, it's earth making world. If everybody is scaled, then you can't do anything. Always money keeps, I am doing this job, how much getting from this job? Do you want to work that way? Thinking about money and not doing? Engineering must be differently understood. It is something you are giving to earth. Something. From earth's material itself, you are taking materials from earth and you are doing a kind of and you can say manufacturing or assembly of those materials for some useful activities. You redefine yourself. Engineering management says you have to redefine yourself. Don't sit in those definitions which are obsolete. Those degrees which are obsolete. No, I never thought except in some designs or except that I could use some degrees. Means conception is important. Conception, methods are important, which you can say are procedures. Otherwise, whether you learn in design all steps or somewhere else, otherwise it's you that is engineer. It's not subject. As much as you work on a subject, example quantification, let us say, quantification or quantities or some called estimation. Word subject title doesn't make a difference. So I have to find quantities, I have to work out quantities. A tedious job, everybody knows. Quantities in buildings or structures or somewhere else. It's a difficult job if you want to find real quantities. But it is good job because without quantities you cannot understand price of that or budget of that. But do you know quantity is not joke to find if a lot of details. You can say I would depend on software and do it. What software will do it? Who will give you concept to software? Shall we give you concept to software? Problem is we have started to live in a world which is very fast but not reliable. Quantification gives something, hard answer. Something which relates to something else. Did you ever try to know what you did in life? You qualify that, you quantify that. You never quantify that. You never quantify what I did in my life. Quantification. Then you can say quality. 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 Can you verify quality? And what is quality? Quality generates out from qualification. Qualify. Qualify. Make yourself fit for this. Make yourself eligible for this. That is qualify. Now what is quality? You have to ensure what you have done, does it qualify to what it was given for, or what was required, or what was specified. That's what you check. Maybe yes, this work is quality oriented, this is approved. But that is actually establishment of qualification of your work. It's qualified or overqualified or underqualified. Think engineering in different way. It's not simply producing something and delivering it. Internal soul of that work must be given. Internal soul. Though there is no soul, but your soul is there. Internal soul means you work with your full mind, full heart, full conscience. You work as if you are growing up your kid. You are doing something very personal. Projects in engineering are like that. If you don't consider this project that it belongs to you, or you belong to this, or it's your life part, you cannot stay on that budget. Yes, you will stay just like as if it's a duty, not as a responsibility, not as this thing. And until you consider project is your target, project your focus, not duty, not responsibility, then you can do that project. Under rules and regulation, no project can be done. That's only duty. Okay, I'm sitting here, I'm on duty, I'm doing my job, and that's it. That is not engineer's job. That is servant's job. Engineer always thinks how to do this job faster, how to do it better, and how to do further work, how to plan further. Engineering is something like that. Everybody has his thought. I would not mind that. My thought may be secondary to all other thought. My thoughts may be useless thoughts. I can accept that point. But thoughts are thoughts. And therefore, when I talk of engineering management, it's not simple management. It's not simple organization. It's organization at every step. At every step. Sometimes we don't understand what we are doing in life, but we do it. Sometimes we say, okay, I am getting this salary, and what I do, I have done this job, and that's my work. Engineering does not allow you to sleep, remember. If you come home from your job in engineering, whether you are in designs, or you are in construction, or you are in bidding, or you are in planning, or you are in quality, or wherever you are. If you enter your home, your room, and you think you are free, you can sleep calmly with sound mind. Can you? How many of you can? And if you can, yeah, exceptions of course are there. And if you can, in general, I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Every day is a new day in engineering. Every day is a new problem in engineering. And sometimes we feel if there is no problem today, something is wrong somewhere. If you don't have some problem somewhere, certainly there is something wrong. We used to attend meetings in some project. Many people were there in meetings from all parties. British were there, Pakistanis were there, we were there, and many other nationalities were there, Egyptians and Arabic and all that. This chairman was British, chairman of that meeting, progressive meeting, so he was supposed to do decisions. And I was agent on contracts and my habit is different, sometimes, it's no appreciation of myself. I'm little, crazy person, crazy in a sense. I can't digest, I can't sleep if my work remains pending. That is my weakness actually, to be very frank. Even if I miss my sleep, I can't sleep until I feel I'm safe. This is my habit. If I think, no, this job I missed it, I have to finish it first. Or if I can't finish that night, I get up in the morning and do it. Even if I get up 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. Because my body is different, my mind is different. And I can forget. You see, you are after a human being, you can forget. And say, I missed that one, and at 11th hour, I did not do that. Sorry, I'll submit later. This I don't like, I don't like this point, this understanding or this statement that missed it. You may call it whatever, but I do not like it as a person, as an engineer. Because I am not alone here. There are many people sitting, you are talking to, meeting with, and everybody's time is valuable. If I am missing because of my weakness time of 10 persons, then I am idiot, I can say. You see, sometime it may happen by something else, that's different. But if I make that, okay, I sorry, I could not do it, I was this and that. There's no right to submit my excuse or my apology to them if it is my in control, if it was my control to do that job. So I have a little different approach here. I say you should foresee. If as an engineer you cannot foresee something, are you an engineer? If you cannot foresee for tomorrow or after what shall happen after 2 or 3 days, how can you look ahead for 2 months or 3 months or 4 months or 5 months or 1 year? If you are unable to look, if you are unable to look even 2 or 3 days, what will happen, or what you need, what you have to prepare for, you have to prepare for. You cannot simply go to meeting unprepared or without documents and sit down there. What for you are doing there? To take a cup of tea or to say good morning to them? What for you are doing there? You are going there for some answers for which this meeting is called for. You are going to go there, represent your client, your employer, because you are an engineer and you are giving representation. It's your job to take care of that. Otherwise, you don't know your job. So simple. You do not know your job. So this was my weakness, that you have to be ready. If meeting is, say, someday, you have to be at least a couple of days ready before that. And if not ready, at least you have to be completely ready just 1 day or 2 days before. With all documents, with everything. Should be on table before those people come. Last minutes of meeting, reports and everything, whatever is required. If you cannot pre-plan that, you cannot do that, you have no right to be in that position. If engineer can miss something, there can be no response, there can be no answer to that. If other people misses, I can understand. Engineer term itself says that you are genius. You don't call yourself engineer if you are not genius. You are having education but you are not engineer, simple. Education, certificate and work are different. You have to prove every day that you are genius. You are ingenious, that's why you are engineer. And I got such messages from many other nationality engineers and those engineers who are really different nationalities, Arabic engineers, other countries' engineers. Okay, you are claiming you are engineers. Prove it. That's a big challenge. If you can't prove it, you are not engineer. So simple. Prove it. Your declaration that you are an engineer is acceptable to them. They don't want to see your certificate. Yes, you are an engineer. Great. Do it. Do it. Simple answer. I want to see you can do it. And if you are able to do this, then I don't want to see your certificate. That's only for documentation. Only for documentation. Do you understand what I'm saying? Documentation is one part, while work is another part. If your work is satisfactory or near satisfactory, or you can say acceptable, 100% is nobody can work, but within certain tolerances, your work is recognized, you are given respect. You are seen with different eyes, that this is our reliable person. We can rely on this. And for that, make yours. For that making, You are there. For your making, you are there. Nobody will make you, remember. Nobody shall make you. It is you only who has to make yourself. No certificate will make you. You have to determine. You have to commit. You have to say, yes, I have done it. Don't say, I will do it. I never say I will do it. When somebody says, okay, I'll see. If somebody asks me, you do it? Can you do it? Okay, I'll see. Because I can't guarantee anything, but I promise it. I don't do any guarantee. Maybe next time I'm dead. I can't say that. I don't know what shall happen tomorrow. How can I say I will do it? This is called different approach. Okay, I will try my best. That's all. That is called maturity. Maybe something happens, I can't do it. Then there's a you promise this and that, you commit it. They won't ask your problem. No, you said you do it. Right? Engineering means don't sleep if your work is not done. Don't sleep. Sleep, I mean to say, not by eyes closing or something. This is a professional statement, sleeping person. Generally, Arab world used to say, you are sleeping. You are sleeping. How I am sleeping, I don't know, but I am sleeping. Sleeping means you are not caring about work. You are not serious. You are not serious. And when these people say you are very good, they say, Majboot. Good. If some Arabic person says good, means excellent. Because they think good is everything. They don't understand excellent. They don't understand second form. For them, good or majboot means reliable, trustworthy, whom we can say it's our person. Then they start thinking you are for them. This is different. I'm telling you about how people in world treat others. They openly say, they don't hide. They appreciate openly and they depreciate openly. That is beauty of other people. Other people, English people, American people, they openly say, they don't like, oh, you are well done, you are nice, this and that. Because they have no grudge against you if you are a good person. They look after for those people who can help them, who can work as assets for them, who can be their part and parcel. Those people remember. If you show them a certificate, then they expect also. If you say, I am this and I am that, this is my CV, then they expect that this is true document, this is worthy document. So they respect you, but they expect you also. If you say, no, I am only the certified, that is only admission part, but working part is different. My talk to you about this management is not to discourage you, because education just gives you a light, a torch. Okay, gentlemen, student, you are ready now. You take this gun and go to field and shoot them. Shoot what a gun wants. Gun is knowledge. Shoot them means achieve your goals. Tell world what you are. This is meaning of education. And not only engineering, every field of education. But because engineering is very specific. Engineering is a productive field. It's a field where you deliver, otherwise you are not engineer. In other fields, it's not that important you have to deliver, because those fields are sandwich field. Those fields are not directly responsible. Engineering is a field where direct responsibility lies, and particularly our field, civil engineering, which some people don't understand what is civil engineering. Sorry to say that. Some people don't understand. It's not certification alone. It's soul. Civil engineering is soul. Soul of public. Don't replace this word by some fictitious terms, because this is umbrella term. This is umbrella term which can protect you from rain, from sun. This is different term. And moreover, terminology is not important. Important is your action, your work, your goal, your achievement. And also remember, it may take some time in starting of some work. Maybe you are slow in beginning. But once you are accustomed to that working, you become very fast worker, very fast engineer accomplisher. That is main point here. I will not go furthermore in explaining what engineering is. I would simply say engineering is in your mind. What you think, how you do, how you chart out yourself, how you evaluate yourself, successful you think you are, and you review your goals what you achieved, then you make engineer. You don't make engineer yourself without working. I have seen many Arab people talk like that. Engineers talk like that. If you are working, you are professional. If you are not working, you are sleeping. You are not engineer. I heard this myself from those people. Say Syrians, say Jordan engineers, say many those we could not understand that time such engineers are also available. Okay, if you think you are sleeping at home, you are engineer. No, you are not engineer. If you are working, you are professional. Definition. How can you encounter it? It's right also. If you are sleeping throughout life, you know, I am sleeping. Okay, I just studied here, I am engineer. No. No. You are an engineer only when you are engineering. Otherwise, you are not even engineer. Certificate doesn't give anything. Okay, somebody wrote that, somebody gives you, and that's it. You got some education. After that, you did not do anything. So there is no meaning of education. Engineering means do it. But you don't do it. So, okay, you are paper engineer. I am just trying to tell you because engineering management is a very attractive subject from engineering point of view. Manage it, organize it. Don't show, your work will show. Don't show, your work shall show. Your work, your delivery, your achievement would prove what you are or what you are. People would start conducting differently with you if you are real deliverer. They won't say, they will give you regards differently. They will know you by their name, not by your qualification. Because you have proved that you are doing, you have done. That is certificate. That is real certificate. Otherwise, you will escape from there or you will be forced to escape from there. Only one of two. You escape yourself or they will let you go from there if you are not performing. Always achievement and commitment and dedication and devotion are regarded. Neither your face not something else. If you understand this point, you will be successful. And if you can't understand this point, you stick to your own, you can't. You can't. I will give some examples. There is one in Arabic world, there is one in America, and there is one in England, and there is one in China. Have you ever understood what are differences there in engineering? Maybe America gives many codes, given many codes. England has given many codes. Europe has given many codes. China has their own technology. But do you know difference? They might have given codes, but they have not achieved anything. They haven't achieved anything. Because they are not to that level of wealth, first of all. If you go to Gulf countries, particularly GCC countries, you will find buildings and structures and development much more valuable than all these other areas. Because they could afford, first reason. Second reason is, these countries believe in engineering. You won't find big projects in America like these do in Gulf. You won't find big projects in Europe because they don't have that much money. And same thing applies to England. And where there is no project, they also go to Gulf or Middle East and learn there. They are not born with everything. I have experienced such engineers. Before experience, I also used to think like other things. But when I came in contact in details with these people, I changed my all previous opinions about them. They are no different, only white. Only white. If I argue them, I argue with them, I could clash them, I could cross them. If you want answer, you have to answer. Answer. Not because I am your equal or you are my equal. It's question of knowledge, question of competency, question of debate and argument. Okay, I accept you if you are right and you accept me if I am right. We are on project. You may be from different company, I am from this company. Question, we all there for this project. I am talking for this, you answer me. I did not find any extraordinary knowledge with them, except that system. That's system is there. I recognize that, particularly in England, not even in USA. USA is scratch, complete scratch. I can openly say that. USA may be big, but quality-wise, I cannot say something about that. Same thing Europe. Yes, they are good in sciences, but because they are poor. That fact is that they are poor. Go to China, quality in soil mechanics is zero. They don't understand soil mechanics. They don't know soil. Regarding our great nation, everybody is soil scientist here. Mason is soil scientist, carpenter is soil scientist. And those who should understand, they don't understand. You can take it whatever way you want to take. This is my statement. Engineering is different world. It's not for everybody. It's not for money earning. If you want to be engineer with full confidence. Achieve if you can. If you can achieve. But specification. According to requirement, according to standards, and also value added standards. We are very debative country. Of course, we are debative society because we are educated one. But we are not analytical. And I am saying we are not analytical. Our analytical approval is very little. We are follower of footprints. We are not chipper, hammerer. We don't chip. We don't scabble. We only sit and see, oh, this is smoke, fine. We don't know what's behind that. We don't try to chip and see what's there behind. That is our weakness. Well, I will not go further in this. We'll talk tomorrow about management. Now I'm going to turn to and see from this to, I can say, about that was, general. I'll open general and discuss on that, which I left last time about safety, something in that. Now I'll take some time on that. It's now, I think it's now 5:20. Let us start up to 6:20. Down and open that file. That file is here. That file is here. I can see general section in general. I open this and we'll talk about that. And this, I remember. Now where's that? Going to safety, I was talking, I can how far can I reach, I don't exactly remember, let me see. It was I think where I was, access to religious, social and domestic facilities, access to transport, qualification of labor equivalent, quality applicable, labor evaluation, plant equipment of test certificates. I should somewhere there now. Fire precaution and prevention. State. I missed it. Safety plan we had discussed, so there is no safety plan discussion now. We have come to occupational health and safety policy. We have done that risk assessment, job analysis, intervention. Let's just here say. Alright, I'll say this. I will discuss this one a little closely. See if I can see weather conditions. Please see program. So let general start now. Also on page somewhere in safety plan in last talk. I will recommence from there. I'm starting from point 25, the safety plan. Safety plan, and this is again safety plan. I'll just tell you that I'm talking of this point, and that is is this point I'm talking of here. This is general, and this I'm talking of here. I'm going to talk about safety issues and these specifications regarding your regarding soil issue, regarding soil engineering issue. I've got some documents with me, and if you go to text of this video, you will find that certain URLs are available and soil is written there, soil investigation. I think 4 documents are there. One document is about report of Arab Central Laboratory, and other documents are about Fugro Laboratory, and these are about project soil investigation reports done long back. These documents are available on OneDrive, and if you can open them, because I already put them with shared permission, anybody can have share with that. I think you shall be open to you shall be able to open those documents. It's complete report. It's not ordinary report, complete report in those documents, and you may get benefit of this, and we'll discuss that when we talk of soil. And I like to take separate 4 or 3 hours on those, maybe sometime in coming. But if you want to see those reports, you can download those files and you can read them. These are all technical files, means technical in the sense this complete reporting, how report was done, how order was given, and what tests they conducted on site regarding soil, bearing test, log bores, bore log you can say, and electrical resistivity test and thermal resistivity test, and whatever tests which are required, those reports are there. Laboratory test reports are there. Value of N is there. Value of safe bearing capacity is there, and value of all the requirements are there. Moisture content, this and that, and brightness. Every report is available there. If you want to see them, you can see them. It's up to you. And now, what we'll take of that soil soon, and it takes time, of course, because you can understand these files now. Now, safety plan, as we're discussing, and this is Mr. Chaudhary Raju. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chaudhary Raju. You are here. Thanks. In this, I was talking about safety plan. Safety plan means safety plan for project. For every project you need safety plan. That's a requirement not only of right, but also of quality management. Safety plan, though it's not mandatory according to ISO 9001, but mandatory or no mandatory is required. That's important. You have to decide yourself what you want to say with that. This is very important document and very difficult document also, because you have to describe everything, and description can be done only when you have knowledge about that. So I was going through that in this, and we talked of various issues in that. What actually we need in this safety plan, many points were discussed. Means now, as for example, means we discussed many points about safety plan. Let me repeat if I can, because refreshing is calling is. In this we discussed about, what was that? Let me say, it's just a page of 2 pages, I think. Now, contractor occupational health and safety plan, it says, and before that management review. So management review means something else all done. Contractor occupational health and safety plan. In which the general contract shall prepare. Contractor shall prepare a contract specific occupational health and safety plan, that's called safety plan, and submit a safety plan to engineer for review and approval within 30 days of award of contract. Contract is not permitted to work on work site until such time as plan has been approved by engineer. It is a condition precedent to starting works that contractor shall have an approved health and safety plan, traffic management plan, and emergency response plan. So there are 3 plans in this. One is approved health and safety plan, HSE plan, and then traffic management TM plan, and emergency response plan. These are very specific, and this particularly describe that health and safety plan, then traffic management, internal management of site, and then emergency response plan. If there is something, how to respond to that, how to take people to nearby hospital, where is that hospital, or there is some home, is now as just by issuing various actions. Okay, then we go through. Now we have 3 plans as we have listed now: health and safety plan, and traffic plan, and emergency response plan. Safety plan shall include contractors' proposals for maintenance of safety on site. These proposals shall address safety measures applicable with respect to all tasks to be undertaken in construction of works. Means all activities whatever shall be done on site, you have to consider them in this safety plan. You have to foresee which activities are there. You have to keep in mind what structure you are going to consider, what works you are going to do, and according to that you must understand what application of safety plan, what activities you have to control of, which is most critical, not critical, that you have to see how many times you have to do it, what type of works you have to do. You have to decide yourself that one depending upon the safety plan. For example, you may need some ladders, some stairs, excavation work, RCC work, higher tower work, or foundation work, or basement work, or whatever it is. It's up to you to understand. You have to understand drawings about that, to talk to site engineers. You have to think yourself is how to do it. If you have to access into excavation, how shall you excavate? What precaution, deep excavation or not deep excavation? You need ladders, or you need like you're going upstairs. You need what sort of stairs you want? You want steps based and tread and riser staircase, or you want something else? If you want hoist, hoist, how you handle materials, how you take. All that depends upon that, and how you manage your traffic inside, means how you have to take concrete in, how you have to track in and circulate it throughout site, and how your material would arrive, and how your people shall walk, how cars would go out, and where you have, whatever is required on all activities, you must take consideration of that, and accordingly you take into your safety plan. Means this is called safety and health plan, and all activities must be included there. Your complete layout should be there. How people shall enter site and go outside, and how shall people do, where shall they rest, what shall they do, where work should be done, which is a hard area, which is not hard area. All this you must be careful about, and it's included in safety plan. And also, as I said, traffic management, how internal portion, big project, maybe wide project, and internally how shall you manage traffic, what shall be speed of that, which direction will that, all those go into safety plan. Then of course third point is their emergency response plan. If there is some emergency, so there's an alert and fire, how shall people come out, how many warders will be there, how shall warden alert people, how people shall come out after closing their activities or before closing their activities, and they assemble, gather at a certain point together, they collect there, and then how shall, from there how shall they go. All this must be included on pages of safety plan. This is not given, I'm just telling from my mouth, just giving observations about what should be done. These are required to be done. It's very important points. Means without this, we cannot take risk of life, and we cannot take relative material. We cannot take risk of it. Means as much as possible we have to do it. Same way, safety plan shall include contractors' proposals for maintenance of safety on site. Contractors' proposals. These proposals shall address safety measures applicable with respect to all tasks to be undertaken in construction of works. Construction of works. Indeed, it is true, and it says that we have to take on all points. How shall we maintain our safety on site? This only experienced people can understand. They can foresee number of activities moving at site at one time, or number of major activities in isolation moving at some time, or work has to go at night or only in day, how many people would work in one go, how many truck mixers shall be inside, or what are facilities inside once people are there, what is space where we can use otherwise. All this mind must be taken into our consideration. That's why it says safety plan shall include contractors' proposals for maintenance of safety on site. Maintenance of safety on site. Those proposals shall address safety measures that we have to take. Those proposals must take care of that. I'll let you go because I find it a difficulty. Yes, so I can read this recap maybe. I'll let it blow up a little more. So I can easily read this. Yes. So it says, safety plan shall include contractor's proposal for maintenance site. These proposals shall address safety measures applicable with what you say. I can say that with respect to all tasks to be taken in construction of works. Means no task that has to be taken should be left in safety. All activities which move together or move in sequence or means parallel activities are very serious way. When activities are moving simultaneously means activities are moving in parallel, and that is very critical stage when area is less on site. If there is a lot of area on site is, but there may not be that much problem. But when there is a space problem, because you have to store material, you have to produce working areas for people, you have to circulation area, then you have to take care of everything. Trucks come in and concrete comes in and cars come in, something else comes in, material is dropped on site, and then you have mixing plan on site, batching plan on site, and it's keeping all this with congestion on site. How long can you maintain safety? That point requires calculations and possible view of future. Now, safety plan shall include contractors' proposals for accident prevention. Accident prevention shall include but not be limited to training, monitoring, and review of safety related procedures, enforcement of safety related matters, and promoting safety awareness. So, safety plan must include your preventive measures that you are going to take, which you must know if this happens, if this may happen, to avoid that happening, what measures should we take, how shall we help our workers, how shall we help ourselves to be careful from those impacts which are expected if we are careless or we are not clear about those impacts. This must be taken care of in this case, and that is what's called review of safety procedures, enforcement of safety related matters, and promoting safety awareness. Then says safety plan shall include A safety organization. Safety means hierarchy. Organization chart, organization chart showing names of responsibility of all safety personnel deployed both on and off of work sites. So it says safety plan shall include a safety organization chart showing names and responsibility of all safety personnel deployed both on and off sites of work sites to maintain acceptable occupational health and safety performance of contract. And work at all time, work at all time, even outside normal working hours, in particular night time and holiday working hours. Contractors required to work in areas where dangerous dangerous concentration of gases may be present in manholes, trench excavation, trench excavations and like. So contractors required to work in areas where dangerous concentrations of gases may be present in manholes, trench excavation, and to ensure that if toxic and explosive gases are found, adequate measures are taken to protect staff, workmen, and work persons and members of public. Safety plan shall be specific to one contract, not apply to other contracts if contracts are different type. Contractors shall regularly review suitability of safety plan. Contractor shall undertake a full formal review of safety plan annually on date of award of contract or when necessary, but no less than 6 month period or 6 month intervals, and submit findings of review to engineer within 14 days of that date, along with an amended plan should any amendment be required. Says contractors shall regularly review stability of safety plan means you have to ensure whatever you are using, whatever you have produced, is it changeable or is it still suitable? It fits in. So you have to make sure that. And if it doesn't fit in fully, there is something out of balance and you have to replenish that weakness. That's the replenish that requirement. Contractor shall undertake a full formal review. Shall undertake a full formal review of safety plan annually on date of award of contract or when necessary, but not less than 6 monthly intervals, and submit findings of review to engineer within 14 days of that date, along with an amended plan if should an amendment be required. Now, safety plan shall contain contracts occupational health and safety policy, and that is given somewhere else in to 10.22. Plan for construction work shall support and supported by shall support and be supported by contractors' systems for risk management in particular, and in particular risk assessment and method statement. Risk assessment and method statement is referred to regulatory document section 11 part 1, in particular section 117. Risk assessments and method statement and guidance document Section 11, Part 2, Section 2.4. Guidance on risk assessment and method statements. That is risk assessment and method statement. Plan shall include a schedule of risk assessment for all work activities in relation to project. Alright, plan shall include a schedule of risk assessment for all work activities in relation to project. Plan shall include a list of schedule of identified work activities for which method statement shall be developed before their carrying out or execution. First. Now, I say plan shall include a list of schedule of identified work activities for which method statement shall be developed before their execution. Safety plan shall include contract list assessment, risk assessment, into what risk assessment is there because of this contract, and detailed arrangements for ensuring that it is updated to reflect changes throughout duration of work. And also, safety plan shall detail arrangements for undertaking job hazard analysis (ZHA) and ensuring that such analysis is included in each and every method statement. Now, safety plan shall detail certain management arrangements and standards to be used for each of following activities, like, let us say, scaffolding, suspended working platforms, fall prevention and fall arrest, prevention of falling objects, excavations, electricity, structural steel erection, demolition and dismantling, falls work and form work, reinforcement and concreting, cladding and roof work, confined spaces, lifting appliances and lifting gears, mobile plant and vehicles, mobile elevating working platforms, construction lifts, machinery and equipment, power tools, hazardous substances, hot work and welding, fire prevention and protection, access to egress, housekeeping, warning signs and barricades, material handling, transportation and storage, lockout and tagout, temporary works, temporary facilities, underground and overhead utilities, working over or adjacent to water, working environment, personal protective equipment, site traffic control, including setting and taking down all temporary office devices. See, this list is tentative one. You cannot say that every item is covered in this, but it's good one. I mean to say, for example, scaffolding, it is required all over all projects. It's nothing. It's a common. You can say commonly applied items. Scaffolding is required on all projects. Small project or big project or high project or lower project. Scaffolding is used everywhere. Similarly, suspended working platforms, these are also used in generally height projects where work is done at height. The suspended working platforms are used there. Fall prevention and fall arrest. And when this work at height, so fall prevention and fall arrest. So question is of height. Height projects means project is higher when you are doing. This applies there. Similarly, falling objects is there, and excavations. Every project has got excavation. Of course, there are excavations which are deep excavation as well as shallow excavations or much deep excavation. So there, but excavation is very common everywhere. So there is no question that you do that or not do that. And then electricity. Electricity is also a common item. Temporary electrical or permanent electrical. Generally, it's called technical management here. Technical electricity for temporary use, generator or direct supply, and how to use it like that. Structural steel erection. This is specific one, not for all projects. This is for particular industrial projects, I can say. For industrial projects or plants or facilities where RCC and structural steel move in combination, because foundations generally are made of concrete, RCC you can say, and columns are done with structural steel, beams are done with structural steel. In many, for example, pipe rack projects, or you certain specific types of or garages, or you can say certain sheds for machines, where machines are to be hidden in. This structural steel is important. It's not everywhere, not for all buildings, not for administration building, not for warehouse building, not for central control, not for substations, and it's done for such kind of where in process area there will be many buildings in process area itself, where you can say gravity compression or wastewater unit or many other many other buildings are there with it, warehouses you can say it can be used there. It's like that. So if you see further, so item is there, demolition and dismantling. So where old building exists, we have to demolish this. So specific one, it's not general one, but you want to construct new building, and you have to demolish or dismantle old one. And false work and form work here. This is everywhere where RCC moves in. Wherever there is RCC, small or big, false work, what they call form work. So form work is there, and this is a very important item. You see, form work generally where there is no safety concern, no quality concern, form work collapse, and that's where attention must be given to. We have given this lot of this stuff, but I'm just repeating it, just trying to say what is important, what's not important, how it is done. So reinforcement and concreting is very important element in every building, and this is for what we do projects actually, and we do reinforcement and concreting, and after that only structure is constructed, and that structure is used for some other activities, some reality, other items come out. So concreting is very important, RCC is very important. RCC is actually, you can say one way that this is project. In fact, RCC is real project, because this is a very time consuming item. This is a project where project depends on this, where your structure means for this you can say structure, for this RCC only we start something, and once you construct RCC building or RCC structure or whatever is the complete RCC element, you can say that you have done some work on this, some project on them. Later you can do finishes. Of course, finishes are not. Of course, the safety is required everywhere. And then you can say cladding and roof work. Cladding and roof work. Cladding is something else, which is cover up. Okay, there is no cover up. And roofing means roofing not. So roofing also is safe if you do after everything is done. And therefore, roof is not important. But also we'll see here, confined spaces, cladding and roofing, and confined spaces which are very limited in working area, very small space. You have to go in and do something there. That's called confined space, where C space is allowed to be. In that case, you can say confined spaces is very congested, small area to go in. It to be hot work, it to be cold work, and we have to take very industrial type, industrial based precautionary measures on that. And we need certain permits also we are following in, and permits means we have to write method statement how shall you take precautionary measures for this work from beginning to end. And then lifting appliances and lifting gear. Lifting appliances, you can say lifting gear means you will say crane, tower crane, hoist, like that. These machines which are in themselves safety equipment certified one, third party certified one, the license. Drivers also having same, machine is also fit, drivers also fit, operators also. Means you have to consider that type in every games. Sorry. So that's lifting appliances and lifting. Just I have, if you, I'm just trying to tell you very little here because already there are many talks I have delivered to you about safety in many chapters before. It's clearly given in my records of videos on Facebook. You can go through that and find it. It's nothing very difficult here. You can get it done. But it's only for information because I'm talking on the specifications, and these constitute also parts of specification of that. So it can be done that way. I think that you can do that well. It's nothing very, very, you can say, uneasy. You do that. And then you can say this is lifting appliances and lifting gear. Now, mobile plant and vehicles, and mobile elevating working platforms, mobile plants and vehicles. Uh, Mobile plant and vehicles means mobile plant. Example is you can say mobile plant means truck mixers, mobile pumps, and many other vehicles that come, recovery vehicles, you can see. So there's a separate list of that, but cranes, different types, and there's vehicles, and mobile elevating working platforms, elevating working like fixed electrical something there, and construction lifts, construction winches you want to say, which are goods lifts or passenger lifts that depends upon that machineries. It's construction lifts and machinery and equipment, power tools and hazardous substances, hot work and welding, and fire prevention and protection, which is very important point on this point. Hazardous substances means storage of chemicals, storage of explosive materials, and then power tools is also very important point. And use electrical tools for your work, that's also very important point for the tools. So we must be very careful about these points because these are not as easy as you're thinking. These take a lot of time, a lot of work. And we have to understand this point very clearly. It's not joke. It's no joke that we are talking about something real. Something very real in the sense that we have to do that. We have to understand that. If we can't understand that, we miss something. That point stating. And I think I have to. And also, I think it's not bad. Okay. Yeah, this is very problematic, you see. Safety is, of course, very, very, you can say, very important from every viewpoint, and viewpoint in a sense that we have to understand this from each angle.
Namaskar. Good morning.
Safety here saying means work-wise, this is power tools, very important point, machine and equipment power tools. And there are many power tools, not one. You may not say power tool is one or two. There are many power tools, and generally it's only power tool that make project. In fact, power tool make project and nothing else. So power tool is that can say that type of power tool like grinder, power tool like hilty guns. Power tool means you may say that power, electrical power operated is something very different, which exposes all people, which exposes all people, all people to what I say, risks of accidents, risks of safety, and that is very important. Uh, Sorry. And this power tool that I'm talking is very specific in a way that there are many power tools, for example, grinder, gun. I have seen that there are many cuts on fingers of people. There are many cuts, and people suffer from that. It's not means extraordinary. It's very normal, very normal. People suffer from that very badly. They should not suffer. But this happens. No one can stop it. It happens. We can't stop that. We can instruct them. We can tell them. We can conduct toolbox talks. We can ask foremen to conduct toolbox talks, and we conduct toolbox talks. Safety engineers conduct toolbox. Even during hacksaw work, or during cutting ply, during cutting timber, working on steel fixing, short firing. I mean, there are many tools which are power operated and which can cause accident to people. This happens. People are advised as such, but after all, they are human being. Human being are human being. You can't say anything. Then we say these are power tools, and as for machinery and equipment, I told you, machinery and equipment. Many machines work on site, heavy machines work, excavator work on site. You can say JVC work on site. And then bulldozers, JVC or bulldozers, same thing. You can say mobile pumps work on site, and other pumps and trucks work on site. Compressors work on site, generators work on site. You can say forklift work on site, and I don't think that, of course, the tower crane, mobile crane, many machines work on site. Depends on what sort of site is that. We have to understand that point. That's very important. So machinery and equipment, the construction, I said power tools, we said hazardous substances. Hazard, name itself says dangerous, explosive means chemical, means like disease spreader, like epidemic creator, like environment polluter. All those hazardous substances which must be taken care of by safety guys and all. We have to, when we store chemicals, when we store something like that, explosives or some other material that is used for site in a chemical form, what weight should be stored, what temperature should be given, why should people be kept away from this, or even in store how it's kept. It's all points are required to be considered. All these are given in safety talks before also. You please refer to those talks, because it's no use to repeat again and again just to extend time of this video. So because the hazardous substances are already there, a lot of discussion has been done on that. Now hot work and welding, hot work controls and cold work, all this and fire prevention and protection, which is also very important. Protection from fire, prevention from fire, and its protection, all given there. Access and egress, that is very important point. Access means entry to site and away from site, go out from site. Access and egress, that's important point. So you have to come safe to site, you have to go out safe. Even if you have to go to deep trench, you have to enter safe. You have to come out of deep trench, you have to be safe there. Then there is access and egress, and then housekeeping, which is really very important point. Housekeeping, because housekeeping is not only for site, it's for all areas of site. Housekeeping site should be tidy, should be hygienic, no breeding of mosquitoes, good toilet, good water areas, good area for rest of people during lunch and take food, and you can say clean area where we work. It should be area where there is no chances of fire, and kitchen should be in right place if it's on site. Our office locations, whatever services we provide temporarily, and whatever we do, and that is housekeeping. We should make it clean everything. Site should look tidy in all its location. No nail should be there on site so it can get puncture your leg, and it should be reasonably clear site. I'm not saying you have to clean it like your home floor, but it should be worth sitting, worth working. Warning signs and barricades, this is normal. You have to put warning signs inside as well as outside, the entry everywhere. You have to define which area is safety area, which area is ordinary area, what you have to wear in safety area, and how you have to conduct in non-safety area, non-hard area, non-process area. And barricades, you have to put barricades. You can't enter here without this. That's some blockage, some cones, and some rope or something. And material handling, transportation, and storage. This is material handling by trucks, material handling by equipment, but transportation of that. Whatever you do, it should not cause environmental hazards. Truck will dump their sand, dust, aggregate, and other materials and transport from site and to site. And storage of the matter properly should be done. And lay down areas like that, lockout and tag out. Lockout and tag out, and temporary works and temporary facilities. We have included all this in the stocks. And underground and overground utilities, underground like infrastructure like water supply or sewerage line, or you can say something else. And overhead utilities, electric wire, or it may be something else, or these must be taken care of sub-services standards. Though we don't have wires on such site, but overhead utilities have to provide things. Maybe you provide some water tank for site purpose, that tank, or you may provide tanks on your toilets, or there will be some overhead like you can provide something for some other reason. And then working underground overhead utilities and working over adjacent to water. Working environment, personal protective equipment, you all know about that. Then site traffic control, including setting and taking down of all temporary traffic devices. Well, this is a general one. We have to take much more care, and this is given in our separate talk somewhere. Now, safety plan shall detail arrangements that contractor use to ensure acceptable occupational health and safety performance of all subcontractors that may enter work site. It shall detail arrangements for evaluating subcontractors prior to them being contracted to undertake work. It shall deal methods that contractors shall use to monitor their work, and penalties that shall be imposed should acceptable standards not be maintained. A safety plan shall detail manner in which contractor review, approve, and incorporate all subcontractor occupational health and safety plans, risk assessments, and method statement, and incorporate them into their occupational health and safety management system. Now, the safety plan shall detail arrangements that contractor use to ensure acceptable occupational health and safety performance of all persons on work site. In particular, it shall detail arrangements for penalties and disciplinary action that shall be taken should contractor personnel, subcontractor employees, or, or other person on work site not comply occupational health and safety requirements. Safety plan shall detail arrangements that contractor shall use to control and ensure acceptable occupational health and safety performance of visitors and delivery personnel that may enter work site. Safety plan shall detail contractors' arrangements for effectively managing emergency incident that may occur as a result of work or on work site. Details shall include facilities required for emergency preparedness. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for notification and investigation of whatever accident, whatever incident that may occur as a result of works on or okay. Now let's see. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for contractors' monthly performance reporting and incident reporting. Contractors shall ensure that their project monthly health and safety statistics report is completed and submitted by agreed date to engineer and quality along with safety department. Engineer shall provide necessary format for this report. Information collected shall be submitted to engineer and quality with safety department. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for assessment of general health of employees and job specific health checks that may be required. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for self-inspection and auditing shall be used to monitor work. Then you can say safety plan shall detail arrangements for tracking and effectively closing occupational health and safety related non-conformity or deficiency that could be identified as a result of monitoring written records of inspection, auditing and tracking shall be maintained and made available to any representative of client or request. Then safety plan shall detail arrangements for ensuring that all contractor personnel and subcontractor employees are trained and competent to undertake their work in accordance with required standards. In particular, safety plan shall detail training and competence requirement for following employees. Now, supervisors, electricians, mobile plant and vehicle operators, crane and lifting appliance operators, riggers, excavation supervisors, machine operators, scaffolding supervisors, confined space workers, confined space supervisors, and Now these designations that I told you, these are very critical designations. This says this is where this is the safety plan shall detail training and competence requirements for these persons, and which is very important for both contractor as well as subcontractors. And these are supervisors. Supervisors means you can say like senior foreman or foreman both. Supervisors means sometimes supervisors are in higher designation. Okay. So why I say supervisor's training is very important, because supervisor must know every activity what is going to supervise. Supervisors must be qualified, educated, trained, and probably diploma holder in engineering, possibly, or even degree holders, because they should understand drawings, they should understand what are doing, what activities are involved, what plans are involved, and then instruct directly all these people. And electricians, which are very risky, electrician job is very risky, and therefore we say electricians must be licensed. So these persons should be well trained, licensed. Well, you cannot say for supervisor, there may be, may not be, it depends on what level of supervisor is. The mobile plant and vehicle operators, these are very risky. Mobile plants or machines, they have to go to a road also. Vehicle operators, similarly, so they must be well licensed according to class of vehicles. They must know about their vehicle also. They must understand mechanism as well. Maybe some repair required, what to say, what to communicate means. Similarly, crane and lifting appliances operators, these are much more even than, because they should know about how much load they have to lift, and they should know mechanism of crane, what chart, load chart says, and all these things. They're also very important skilled people. And then riggers, which is riggers means scaffolders. It is that excavation supervisors, which is separately given here. Excavation is also very risky business. As I would say, with deep excavation, people fall and lose their lives. So they must understand how to easily handle them there. Your ladder should be used, where some arrangements are there. How the machine can come with the ramps like this means. Excavation, excavation cannot be started without good plan. That's a very small point. And then this is excavation supervisor and machinery operators. Machine operators means I'm talking of heavy machine operators, I'm talking of small machine operators. These operators must know how to operate accordingly required licenses, and the scaffolders are well trained, must be well trained, the scaffold supervisor must be well trained, and confined space workers cannot go to work until permit is there, and permit must be done within that time, permitted time, and confined spaces supervisors and all persons working in a high soil. I already told you about height. And in that way you can say all safety plans shall detail training arrangements, specify type and nature of training to be given, including but not limited to induction, pre-work subject, so you can say, I repeat this, safety Safety plan shall detail training program, training arrangements, specify type and nature of training to be rendered, including but not be limited to induction briefing, induction pre-work briefing, and toolbox talks, very important one. I put already some URL in general awareness training, skills training and formal training conducted by training professionals or agencies. Written records of attendees training given and assessment of competency shall be maintained by contractor and made available for inspection by the representative of client upon request. That's it. Little tired. No problem, work is work. Tired or not tired, it's already what time it is. 6:20 is, we have time. Let us see if we continue this only. Depends upon what we say. So now we say that, then say, safety plan shall detail contractors' arrangement for promoting awareness of occupational health and safety issues through posters, newsletters, booklets, occupational health and safety alerts, and some other means. Such information shall be provided in language preferred by training recipients of training. Safety plan shall detail arrangements that contractors shall detail in the contract make to reinforce good performance. Such arrangements shall include incentive schemes to reward contractors' personnel, subcontractor employees or areas of work that demonstrate exemplary occupational health and safety performance. Alright, now safety plan shall include details of all meetings that are held to specifically deal with occupational health and safety issues. In particular, contractors shall hold a monthly meeting chaired by contractors' representative, which client be invited to attend, with following items on agenda. What are those? Suitability of contractors' occupational health and safety organization for ongoing and planned work. Effectiveness of contractors' occupational health and safety management system. Significant areas of planned activity and associated risk. Method statement review and job hazard analysis planning, tracking and closure of whatever identified deficiencies or non-conformities. Then you can say taking method statement review and job hazard analysis, planning, and tracking and closure of any identified deficiencies or non-conformities, incident review and occupational health and safety promotion planning, training needs assessment, auditing and inspection planning. Occupational health and safety plan is important. This is also safety that I have to take water. Without water we can't move. Right. So let me take some water. Put off light, I think. Better I put off light. Anyway. Alright, occupational safety promotional planning. Training needs assessment and auditing and inspection planning. Occupational health and safety plans shall describe contractor safety management system that be used throughout and conform with all requirements defined within contract and related documentation. Content shall include but not be limited to following. That's, let us say, front cover, page cover, you can say, like book. A front cover followed by contents, table of contents, or you can say index. Then next page is project scope, requirements, and occupational health and safety objectives. And then it should be occupation health and safety policy on BS British standards, OHSAS, and 18001 certificate if applicable, and control of occupational health and safety plan, reference documents, followed by safety organization and responsibilities and subcontractor occupational health and safety, then risk assessment and method statement, and then non-conformance, corrective and preventive action after the incident reporting and audits, training, key performance indicators and continual improvement, management review, and then safety meetings, monthly safety report and appendices. Then there should be occupational health and safety policy. Contractor shall comply with client vision, mission, and strategic objectives. Contractor shall develop and implement its own written occupational health and safety policy, which shall be project specific and demonstrate contractors' understanding and of commitment to maintaining standards of occupational health and safety, OHS, that are consistent with an integral part of contractors' business strategy. Contractors must set objectives and targets that be applicable to SMART. SMART is very important here. This is a SMART point, SMART. S stands for specific, M stands for measurable. Specific, measurable, achievable. It should be specific, first of all, means very particular, very pinpointed, and measurable. We can understand what size it is, what value it is. And A stands for achievable, we can achieve it. And R stands for realistic, it should be real, not imaginary. And then what about time of that? So we can say contractors must set objectives and targets that be applicable to SMART, feeling hot like this, on power is gone. SMART, that is specific, measurable, achievable, and realistic. Remember this very smart term, can be used anywhere. You can say S stands for specific or in particular, M stands for measurable, and you can say A stands for achievable, R stands for realistic, and T stands for time. Again, specific, you can say specific, measurable, achievable, and R stands for realistic, T stands for time. Time scale. If you remember, fine, you can use it everywhere. What's wrong with that? It should be a particular city, so particular specific point it is, and I was telling you it's a specific point, and you can value it, you can measure it as well, and you can say it can be achieved, you may say that, and it is reality, it's not fake, it's not fictitious, and it is time based, it's a time scale. That's what SMART definition can be used somewhere else also. The risk assessment and job hazard analysis. Risk assessment and job hazard is very big chapter. We have given somewhere else. I already given it in my other videos of safety. You can see that. You'll find all that. I don't repeat what I've done. I repeated this one because I wanted to let you know something about this. And this also, there's nothing to show. And then we go to risk assessment, job hazard analysis. The assessment of risk is very difficult actually. For every activity, we have to understand it ourselves. We cannot leave it to others. Means what type of activity you are going to do, what is involvement in that, what job is involved there, and what hazard is there. We have to understand this. It's very easy if you have knowledge of that. If you don't have knowledge, you cannot understand that. All activities have different types of risks and different hazard. For example, you are doing excavation or you are doing something else. It's daytime, temperature higher. Is it risk? Of course, people can fall in sun. There's no water. They have to drink water. You should not go and work. You can't. You should go and take food later, take lunch. Come on, sit down. Work first. No. That's against risk. Means you are subjecting them to risk of fall, risk of heat, risk of dehydration, and these are also hazards. If suppose that person falls into spit, deep pit, what shall happen? Think of that. Such hazards and such risk must be listed properly for all major activities, and that has been done somewhere. You can see my noting. And next one in intervention. Oh my God, this is very hot. Why this put active off all the time? Let me put up this bulb also, because this is based on inverter. It should stop. Oh my God. I was talking peacefully, comfortably with this power, and this my shirt for not cooperating. So let me see how it's working, because why this again messages. I'm fed up with these people with messages. Now let's again move to that point, which is very important one. So I said that this intervention. What is intervention here? Now it says that intervention means positive intervention, means on project, throughout project, and contractors has to adopt system by authorizing and requiring all personnel and subcontractors, employees to intervene in any unsafe act or condition and take immediate corrective actions to prevent incident occurring. Means actually in safety and health, everybody is responsible. Say, well, not necessarily that I have to be there. You are there. You are also individual on site, worker on site. You know there is something wrong going on. You can stop that. You can notify that. If you can't stop that, you think somebody will fall. You can ask him, you are going to fall. Or just for example, you use your life belt or use your lifeline, or you may fall. You are not wearing a helmet, or somebody is going to certainly be a victim of that. So everybody can request other or ask other, it is unsafe, don't do it. And this must be taken care of by everybody. Sometimes what happens, people are in anxiety, they are busy, they are thinking of activity only, and during that anxiety they miss something, they forget that they are standing in height, and they ignore something, or this happens and accident can happen. So for that purpose, intervention is not a problem. Means you cannot say why you are telling me. As far as the issue of safety is concerned, everybody can say you are not safe, it can happen to you, take your care, go this way or that way. And even we can say to everybody, whosoever, everyone can be said that, nothing wrong with that. Now, work may be monitored by a representative of client who may intervene in whatever unsafe act or whatever unsafe condition and require contractor to take immediate corrective action to prevent incident if it has to occur. Contractor is required to acknowledge that system of positive intervention in use on project is one that shall enhance following. Enhance following what? These followings are, let us see what it will do better. Number one, level of understanding. It will do make better level of understanding, and that is awareness of occupational health and safety issues throughout project. That's what it will do. Then levels of personal responsibility and accountability for occupational health and safety issues. Levels of levels of being proactive towards occupational health and safety issues. Levels of compliance with contractual requirements and project occupational health and safety standards. Incident and injury preventions. Prevention. So these are 5 points here. Now contract may focus of occupational health and safety audits conducted by representative of client. Contractor is required to cooperate with such audits and to acknowledge all audit findings. Contractor shall take corrective and preventive actions that may be required to address any non-conformity identified during such auditing. Contractor may be focus of occupational health and safety inspections conducted by representative of client and required to cooperate with and acknowledge such inspections and take all corrective and preventive actions. Now, contractor shall undertake routine occupational health and safety inspections and audits for ongoing work. Written records of inspections and audits shall be maintained and made available to whatever representative or client upon request. Now, contractors may be issued with stop work instruction, which is very difficult, from by engineer to or by for any observed cases of Okay, thank you. I had some relief at least. Which family? Sorry, gentlemen, just a minute. Some relief at least. Let me try. Switch. Try itself. Now, say contractor may be issued with stop work instruction from engineer for whatever observed cases of serious or imminent danger associated with work. Now, on receipt of such stop work instruction, contractor shall refrain from work until such time as remedial actions are taken to alleviate serious or imminent danger and to prevent it reoccurring. Now, contractor shall stop work of any unknown or unplanned conditions occur that give rise to serious or imminent danger. In such circumstances, contractor shall assess risks associated with any remedial work required and revise method statements and job hazard analysis. Revised method statements and shall be reviewed and approved by contractors occupational health and safety manager. Revised methods, statements shall be approved by engineer before before recommencing work. And what? Then requirement of training. This is for everybody. Requirement of training is a must. Contextual conduct training, including context-specific induction, pre-work briefings, toolbox talks, very important item, general awareness, training, skill training and skills training and formal training conducted by training professionals or training agencies. Contact-specific induction shall be at least 2 hours duration. Specific induction approved by engineer and provided for all persons that enter work site. Such induction training shall be reviewed, revised, repeated for all persons that enter work site at periods not exceeding 6 months throughout duration of work. All training shall be provided in languages preferred by recipients of training, and the contact is required to provide employees of client occupational health and safety training related to work undertaken by contractor. Training is an integral part of job performance. Now it's identity cards. Contractor shall provide all contractor, personal, subcontractors, employees certain unique to individual contact specific for identity cards. Such cards shall be made available to representative of client or request. Contractor shall not permit whatever contractor, personal or subcontractors employees to access work site unless they have been issued with their individual unique photo identity cards. Such cards will not be issued prior to contractor, personal or subcontractors employees contractor induction training course. Now, contractor shall appoint a competent supervisor for each and every area of following work activities. So temporary and permanent electrical installation, crane and lifting, application operation, appliance operation, scaffolding, erection, alteration and dismantling, confined space entry, excavation, working height. Contract shall produce a health and safety training matrix based on training needs, analysis of person working on project. Matrix must detail positions against training. Training topics will be based on number of factors such as but not be limited to trends in monthly statistics, objectives that have been set, recurring issues on site and incidents on site. Courses designed to meet needs of specific operatives involved in specialized trades, including their roles and responsibilities, must be provided through training. Following training could be considered to become specialist but not be limited to these items, and these are safe entry into confined space. This is very specific training. Safe entry into confined space, then crane operations, slingers, banksmen, scaffolding, false work, temporary works, abrasive wheels, wood working, machinery, excavation, support equipment, first aid, fire marshal, accidents investigation. And external training must be delivered by external agencies, competent agencies. Then you can say, if you go further, it says contractors shall provide training and instruction to their employees in relation to performance of their work. Training shall be provided during working hours and immediately after employee commences employment. It shall include occupational hygiene. Occupational hygiene should be essential elements of local laws and regulations. And then policies and procedures concerning aspect of human rights, those are relevant to operations. Then contractors shall actively encourage following for their workforce, creating employment opportunity, facilitating training opportunities for employees with a view to improving skills level. Then ensuring non-discrimination in hiring and promoting practices. Promoting lifelong learning and on-job training, and all training shall be provided in appropriate languages based on demographics of accommodation facility. The contractor shall retain records of all training provided to workers, residents. Such records shall include as a minimum name, age and nationality of those attending training course session and type of training provided. Alright, now so contractors shall retain records of all training provided to workers. Such records shall be submitted to engineer with all names, agent, and engineer would inspect them. यार ये लोग मानेंगे नहीं मैसेज मेरे, कैसे लोग होंगे, क्या करूँ मैं इनका, दफर लोग फंसा है यार, कट्टे हो गए। I'm fed up with these people, believe me. Now, contract shall conduct emergency drills to thoroughly test its emergency preparedness and response within 6 months of date of award of contract, and thereafter at periods not exceeding 6 months throughout duration of work. Now, contractors shall hold a contract-specific occupational health and safety meeting chaired by contractors' representative on a monthly basis throughout duration of work. Additionally, contractors shall include occupational health and safety as an item on agenda for each and every meeting held and ensure that subject is actively discussed. And contractors shall provide contract-specific safe practice booklets for each and every person employed. Alright, so this booklet we have to provide giving all three methods. So it's okay, very good. So from the method statements, okay, emergency response plan. This is very important. We call it ERP, emergency response plan. Contractor shall prepare an emergency response plans for project and following, but not limited to, shall be addressed. Responsibilities. Responsibilities, risk assessment and hazard identification and controls for potential emergency. Then hazard identification and controls, coordination with outside emergency response organizations, arrival of outside emergency response groups and emergency response equipment, emergency drills and tests of emergency preparedness and response programs. Crisis management plan, major events emerging response plan, evacuation procedure, medical facilities, site fire prevention and response reporting, environmental spills and releases, security including bomb threat and malicious threats and severe weather conditions. I'll repeat this because these points are important. This is responsibilities, Jumedari, risk assessment and hazard identification and control for potential emergencies, hazard identification and controls, then coordination with outside emergency response organizations and arrival of outside emergency response groups, emergency response equipment, emergency drills, tests of emergency preparedness and report response program, crisis management plan, major events, emergency response plan, evacuation procedure. Emergency drills, tests of emergency preparedness and response programs, and crisis management plan, major events emergency response plan, evacuation procedure, medical facilities, site fire prevention response reporting, and environmental spills and releases, security including bomb threat, malicious threats, and several weather conditions. Now, it shall be mandatory that all personnel are aware and understand what actions to take and when to take them in event of an emergency situation. Contractor shall provide such information, instruction and training as could be required to assist personnel to respond approximately in event of an emergency. Contractor shall develop ERP, this emergency response plan, for review by engineer in order to verify suitability and capability of arrangements, and contractor shall ensure a schedule is produced or then you can say ERP for review by engineer in order to verify suitability of capability of arrangements. Now, contractor shall ensure a schedule is produced to conduct drills and exercises on a regular basis at sites under its control. Records of drills and exercises conducted shall be kept together with details of follow-up actions and performance assessment for audit purposes. First emergency drill be conducted within first 30 days. 30 calendar days means following commencement of operations. Afterwards, emergency drills shall be conducted on a 6-monthly basis as a minimum. All emergency response plans shall be reviewed and whenever necessary revised and updated every 6 months. Period of auditing must be carried out to ensure compliance. Earthquake emergency management plan. Earthquake emergency management plan. This is something different. Earthquake management emergency plan. I'm feeling thirsty again. Okay, go further. Sorry. Now, earthquake emergency management plan. Earthquake, you know what is earthquake, everybody knows, no need to explain this. Seismic action, when earth vibrates, shakes. Background. During month of April 2013, earthquake occurred in Iran, remember, with varying degrees of tremors felt in the state of Qatar and wider Middle East region. April 16, 2013 was by far larger earthquake measured 7.8 on Richter scale, with tremors physically being felt in numerous locations and buildings across the region. Whilst events of this type are rare, impacts could be serious both from a human and business scale. Now, these events, it is clear from these events clear that should have an earthquake evacuation procedures. This emergency management plan had been developed. However, it requires integration into existing emergency and evacuation plans. It is to be advised that earthquake procedure, while very important, is one element of a much larger requirement for emergency management planning to ensure that all scenarios and eventualities are addressed inclusive of crisis management and business continuity. I repeat this line. It is to be advised that earthquake procedure, whilst very important, is one element of a much larger requirement for emergency management planning to ensure that all scenarios and eventualities are addressed inclusive of crisis management and business continuity. Requirements are outlined below. Is suggested approach that could be taken to take into account these other elements of emergency planning, starting with a review of current arrangements for buildings, towers and associated structures inclusive of car parks, and the suggested overall approach would be a 3-phase priority approach. First phase, identifying as is situation to be desired, outcome to be and future requirement. But this is not limited and may require additional elements as recommended by experts. So phase 1 is gap analysis, phase 1 is gap analysis, and phase 2 is implementation, and phase 3 is future requirements. So what phase 1 says? This is phase 1 is gap analysis, as it is called, is engage relevant technical experts for various aspects of review, inclusive of but not limited to fire design engineer, only that not should be there, health and safety consultant, training provider, etc. Whoever are involved must be consulted with, must be there. Then review all existing emergency procedures, plans and protocols within organization, and engage with other stakeholders such as civil defense to understand all wider requirements. Review of all buildings physical emergency evacuation system to ensure they meet relevant codes and legislative requirements. Review all evacuation assembly points and engage other building owners. Review all evacuation assembly points and engage other building owners necessary nearby organizational building. Develop work assessments for organization personnel and safety wardens during earthquake. Review organizational building maintenance department records. Identify relevant codes, legislative requirements and specific procedures needed for forward planning. Identify salient issues for consideration, namely high-rise building, crowded indoor public places, indoor safety, outdoor safety, automobiles, etc. Identify non-structural hazards such as file cabinets, rack storage units, bookshelves, HVAC, etc. Involve other stakeholders such as organization, health and safety section, civil defense, Ministry of Environment, other buildings, owners in immediate district, etc. to ensure their views, requirements, interests and responsibilities as are established. Now review existing business resiliency, resiliency and continuity plans, process and procedures. Review existing crisis management plan, process and procedure. Then now phase 2 is implementation. How to do it? That's the point. How to do it? Says implement agreed gap analysis outputs approach inclusive of all manuals, procedures, technical information required. Agreed gap analysis output approach inclusive of. Develop administrative processes and procedures to support plan. Communicate plan to all those affected at different level of business. Include for planning of all associated drills and lessons learned, and implement lessons learned into plan, processes and procedures. Establish periodic review of emergency system. Phase 3 future requirements. Advisory engagement of future consultants, engineers to undertake seismic survey of existing buildings, seismic survey, development of business continuity plans and development of post-earthquake assessment procedures, development of crisis management plans and undertake training and awareness for whatever developed process and procedures, include for planning of any associated drills and lessons learned. Include for planning of any associated drills and lessons learned, development of all related support materials, development of coordination procedures with civil defense and other authorities during earthquake, periodic review of emergency planning system. What should we do during an earthquake? This common for common person it is. What should we do? Stay calm, shant. Stay calm. If you are inside or indoors, stay inside, and if you are outside, stay outside. Right? Don't panic means is that. If you are indoors, stand against a wall near center of building, stand in a doorway or crawl under heavy furniture, a desk or table, and that is cover your head and neck. Drop down onto your hands and knees. Drop down onto your hands and knees. Right? Knees and hands. Drop down like this down. Stay away from windows and outside doors. Stay away from windows and outside doors. If you are outdoors, stay in open, away from power lines or anything that might fall. Stay away from buildings. Don't use matches, candles or any flame. Broken glass lines and fire, don't mix them. Broken gas lines and fire, don't mix. If you are in a car, stop car and stay inside car until earthquake stops. Don't use elevators or put yourself at risk. For impaired mobility, those are impaired. If you can't drop to ground, try to sit or remain seated so you are not knocked down. If you are in a wheelchair, lock your wheelchair. Lock your wheels. Protect your head and neck with a large book, a pillow or your arms. What should we do after an earthquake? After an earthquake. Check yourself and others for injuries. Check yourself and others for injuries. Provide first aid for whosoever needs it. Check building, water and electric lines for damage. If are damaged, isolate if possible and report to relevant authorities. Turn on radio. Don't use mobile phones unless it is an emergency. So third note radio, don't use mobile phones unless it's an emergency. Stay out of damaged building. Stay inside buildings unless directed to otherwise. Evaluate and critique once a crisis situation is established. Expect further aftershocks. Stay away from beaches. Tsunamis sometimes hit and after ground has stopped shaking. If you are at work, follow emergency arrangements and instructions for particular building after earthquake. Now, spatial safety requirements and precautions. Spatial safety requirements and precautions, which is very important point from professional viewpoint. Spatial safety requirements. Spatial safety requirements. Let's say that. Permits, guarantee, mechanical plant, machinery and equipment. Then existing utilities, excavations, and now we'll go one by one. Let's see what it says. This is something very extraordinary here. Let's go to permits. That is spatial safety requirements, permits. What are permits here? I think I should do this today and don't take FIDIC. I wanted to take FIDIC also, but I think it won't be possible in this time here. Let me close this door. I think heat is coming in. Just a minute, let me close this door. The heat stops coming in. Let me stop fan then. Hold on, please. Sorry. Sorry for 1 minute. Take it outside now. Spatial safety requirements and precautions. Permits. Permit to work system. Permit to work is very important item. Without that permit, you cannot work there. Permit to work system means hot work, excavation, scaffolding and electric work. Hot work, excavation, scaffolding and electric work shall be observed, correctly issued, signed and client requirement enforced. When undertaking this work on an existing utility, service item of equipment or structure, a permit to enter system shall be observed, correctly issued, signed and client requirement enforced when undertaking any work in confined space. I again speak this because this is very specific. Permit to work called PTW, permit to work, PTW short we say. Hard work, excavation, scaffolding and electric work shall be observed, correctly issued, signed and client requirement enforced. When undertaking such work on existing utility, service, item of equipment or structure, permit to work entry system, permit to enter, not to work here, that was permit to work, permit to enter there. System shall be observed, correctly issued, signed and client requirement enforced when undertaking any work in a confined space. Guarantee. Where contract requires work to be carried out within or adjacent to pipeline or at a sewage treatment plant, contractors shall comply with requirements of Public Works Authority. This is called guarantee. That line should be safe means that, STP should be safe means that mechanical, plant, machinery and equipment. Sufficient suitable standby plant. Sufficient suitable standby plant shall be immediately available in cases where safety of works or of personnel depends upon mechanical plant. What does it mean? Sufficient, suitable standby plant shall be immediately available in cases where safety of works or of personnel depends upon mechanical plant. Test and thorough examination by a competent person of all equipment that is capable of storing energy, such as air receivers and pressure vessels, is required at periods not exceeding 12 months. Reports of such test and examination to be held on work site and made available to employer on request. It says a competent person should test and thoroughly examine all such equipment which is capable of storing energy, that equipment, and that is air receivers, pressure vessels. That should be done at periods not exceeding 12 months. And B, such test and examination reports should be held at work site, and we should produce them to employer when requested. Now, contractors shall make arrangements for all mobile plant. Contractors shall make arrangements for all mobile plant and vehicles that enter work site to be checked by third-party certification, you can say independent certification, to ensure following are provided and in good working order. Third party means neither this party, employer, nor that party, contractor, but third party which has to do nothing with either employer or contractor. Independent party which has got no relation to either of both. What is it? Braking systems. Certification of braking systems. Certification of steering system. Gauges and warning lights. Operating controls. Windscreen and wipers. Reversing alarms. Reversing alarms. Rear view mirrors. Roll over protection devices. Wheels, tires, track, pneumatic and hydraulic hoses, seat belts and anchors, fuel lines and tanks, electrical control systems, suspension and stabilization systems, body, work, covers and panels. I repeat, this is a very important point. It says that contractors shall make arrangements for mobile plant and vehicles that enter work site to be checked by third party certification to ensure following are provided and are in good work order, and these items which must be inspected for and certification purpose for those vehicles or those vehicles and plants, these items must be taken care of by third party, and that is braking system, steering system, braking system, steering system, gauges and warning lights, gauges and warning, operating controls, windscreen and wipers and reversing alarms, rear view mirrors, roll over protection devices, wheels, tires, track and pneumatic and hydraulic hoses, seat belts and anchors, fuel lines and tanks, electrical control systems, suspension and stabilization system, body work cover and panels. These are minimum, and whatever else required should be done. Mobile plant and vehicles that are defective shall be removed from use in work areas and taken to repair facility on work site or removed from work site. Repair work be carried out by trained and authorized mobile plant and vehicle repair technicians. Whenever maintenance work is ongoing, machinery or equipment will be isolated and de-energized. All mobile plant and vehicle operators shall hold relevant Qatari driving license, or in whatever country they work, that license for category of plant or vehicle that they operate. In addition, operators of mobile plant shall be in possession of a third-party training certificate to verify that they have skills necessary for safe use of plant. Operators shall use mobile plant and vehicles only in accordance with their operating manuals. Contractors shall conduct a job hazard analysis JHA for each item of machinery and equipment that shall be used or that is used. Site rules shall be observed by all mobile plant and vehicle operators. And these are: mobile plant and delivery vehicles shall not be reversed without a banksman in attendance. It says mobile plant, that is excavator, JVC, shovel or truck or pump or whatsoever, crane, mobile plant and delivery vehicles shall not be reversed without a banksman in attendance. Banksman, there should be some person behind that. Do not depend upon signals only. There should be someone behind that when rear work is done, so that that person can guarantee, sign others, please go from here, this is taking back. That is called banksman. Dependable person, that's called bankman, and that person, without that direction of a person, operator or driver of that plant shall not take action. No passengers shall be carried on mobile plants or vehicles other than those in seats that are specifically designed for carrying passengers. Contractors shall prevent oil or fuel leak causing environmental pollution. Contractors shall prevent oil or fuel leak causing environmental pollution. Contractor shall eliminate or reduce associated hazards for construction lift, such as construction lift failure, falling persons and falling objects, by meeting or bettering these specifications. And all construction lifts shall have flat base plates. Flat base plates. There's a construction lifts without holes or openings. Enclosed sides and roof that are designed to prevent from falling objects. I repeat, all construction lifts shall have flat base plates without holes or openings. Enclosed sides and roof that are designed to prevent from falling objects. All construction lifts shall have overload protection devices that prevent movement of platform if it is overloaded. Existing utilities means which are functional, which are working. Now prior to excavation in an area, location of existing utilities shall be confirmed from as-built drawings. Contract with utility authorities and trial holes. This point is very important. Initial point, maybe people in our country don't understand. But this says that you are going to excavate something, don't blindly excavate. You have to find where services are running. There may be water line below ground, there may be sewer line below ground, there may be electric cable below ground, there may be some other services, gas services below ground. There can be any sort of services which is live, which we can say existing one, not dead one. We should know before excavation where services are running. And if we don't have any record, we must reach respective local body or authority who knows about that. And they must have some drawings about that. And if we get that drawings, then we should do first manual excavation, hand excavation here, not jump only to direct machine excavation. We have to see exposure of that one. So there is a long process for that. Now this point is just telling you, prior to excavating an area, location of existing utilities shall be confirmed from as-built drawings, contact with utility authorities, and trial holes. Trial holes would tell you where is service, and once you manage that, maybe that service is required to be diverted. Who knows? If it is required to be diverted, you divert it, or let department divert it, or maybe it is required to be protected, you protect it. Now excavation in vicinity of any utility shall be carried out to requirements of utility owner. What that utility owner says. Protection for utility is least effective means of controlling any associated risk. Where contractor uses this method, following will be provided if only protection is required. That is very important point. Now protection for utility is least effective. Let's say how it means what contractor has to do in that case. Marker posts or blocks that clearly indicate nature, depth and path of all underground services or utilities. Right? It says marker posts or blocks that clearly indicate nature, depth and path of all underground utilities. We'll put off on that. Now we have put marker, post, we have put blocks or something like that, indicating where services, nature, what services, electrical, sewer line, water line, or something, or depth, what's depth of that, and what's path, which way it is running. Where traffic routes pass over underground utilities, temporary protection shall be provided Warning signs to traffic stating minimum vehicle weight that may safely cross that service. Utility shall be positioned on access route at each side of utility. Temporary barriers means barriers to understand. Temporary barriers or fences run parallel to route of overhead utilities. Warning signs detailing nature of overhead utilities on barriers or fences. Where traffic routes pass below overhead utilities, warning signs stating maximum vehicle height and height restrictors be positioned on access route at each side of overhead utility. Where construction activities adjacent to utility is undertaken, minimum clearance distances be clearly established and communicated to each and every person involved with construction activity. Now, traffic routes and materials stockpiles areas be clearly identified and established prior to excavation work starts or commences. Traffic routes and material stockpiles. All excavation areas, traffic routes and stockpile, I mean to say where material is piled up, stockpile areas are to be surveyed for overhead services. Services identified are to be removed or clearly marked with height restrictions and warning information. Now excavations. Excavations. You know what excavation is? Now during planning stage, all materials and equipment required for safe excavation work must be clearly identified. Such equipment and materials may include following. I repeat, during planning stage itself, all materials and equipment required for safe excavation work must be clearly identified. Such equipment and materials may include following items: shoring, 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 solid barriers, vehicle stop blocks, access ladders or scaffolding, ventilation, lighting, signage, pumps, generators, air monitoring devices, movement monitoring equipment, rescue equipment. I repeat. Shoring means supporting excavation sites so that it may not collapse. Solid barriers, barriers are barriers, and vehicle stop blocks. Big blocks are kept for vehicle stop blocks, and access ladders or scaffolding to go into trench and come out. Ventilation, if it's too deep and narrow, and lighting means electric bulbs or lights, whatsoever required, or sunlight. Signage, directions, pumps, if it's water area to dewater. Generators, no electricity required, generators, and all air monitoring devices, standard of air, how much pollution is there, where people should be there, they must have good air. Movement monitoring equipment, rescue equipment, if something happens, how to take people out. For all excavation work, a competent excavation supervisor requires to be appointed and deployed. Level of training and experience required to determine competence shall vary depending on complexity of excavation. That supervisor shall have previous experience of this type of excavation work. to be undertaken and formal occupational health and safety training relative to safety of excavation work. Temporary safety barriers should be used. Temporary safety barriers should be used to protect workers and traveling public from excavations that are more than 300 mm deep in accordance with Qatar Work Zone Traffic Management Guide. Temporary safety barriers should be used to protect workers and traveling public from excavation that are more than 30 feet deep, I mean to say 1 feet deep, and 1 foot deep in accordance with Qatar Work Zone Traffic Management Guide. Once design requirements are known, a job hazard analysis of excavation work shall be completed by excavation supervisor with assistance of occupational health and safety staff and engineers as required. Job hazard analysis shall clearly identify job specific risks and control measures for excavation work. Prior to commencement of excavation work, all persons involved shall be given a pre-work briefing based on job hazard analysis relating to risks and required control measures. For excavation work. Appointed excavation supervisor shall be responsible for presenting and recording briefing. Prior to commencement of work, all materials, plants and equipment shall be checked to ensure that they are in good condition. In particular, condition of all mechanical excavators shall be checked to ensure that all windows of driver's cab are clean, unbroken and unobstructed. Rear view mirrors are securely attached, unbroken and clean. All track plates and connectors are in good condition and secured with proprietary locking pins. All dipper arm joints and attachments are secured with proprietary pins and locking pins. All task and indicator lighting is in working order. Trucks shall only be operated by persons with valid Qatari driving licenses. Plants such as excavators, loading shovels, etc. shall only be operated by trained and competent operators that hold valid third-party certification for type of plant being operated. This certification is required in addition to Qatari driving license requirements. When reversing of truck is necessary for collection or delivery of materials, a banksman shall be in attendance. All banksmen shall be provided with high visibility clothing and be trained in safety aspects of reversing vehicles. Where vehicles are reversing up to an excavation or traveling alongside an excavation, vehicle stop blocks or vehicle barriers shall be provided to prevent them falling into excavation. Continuous adequate solid barriers shall be placed around all excavations over 1.2 meter deep at a distance of at least 1.2 meter. Continuous adequate solid barriers shall be placed around all excavations over 1.2 meters deep. Depth of excavation, if it is more than 1.2 meter deep, it says that at a distance of at least 1.2 meter from excavation. Where nighttime pedestrian or vehicle access is adjacent to excavation, then All solid barriers shall be fitted with warning lights. Pedestrian access to and from excavations. Pedestrian access to and from all excavations shall be by means of ladder or adequately constructed staircases. Possibility of a person falling from a height of more than 2 meters from access will be prevented. Horizontal distance between access points shall be exceeded 15 meters. Horizontal distance between access points shall not exceed 15 meters. All ladders used on project shall be manufactured in accordance with an internationally recognized standard. Ladder that is found to be defective shall be removed from use immediately. All straight ladders shall be positioned at an angle to minimize risk of slipping or falling backwards. Distance between base of vertical plane and base of ladder will be 1 unit out for each 4 unit in height. Get it? 1:4. 4 vertical, 1 horizontal. Distance between base of vertical plane and base of ladder shall be 1 unit out for each 4 unit in height of vertical plane. Ladders that are used to gain access from one level to another will or shall extend at least 1 meter above upper level surface. Where a general access ladder run extends a distance of more than 6 meters, a landing point with a firm level platform and fall prevention measures shall be provided at each and every 6 meters. Now, go further. Last paragraph was ladders that are used to gain access from one level to another shall extend at least 1 meter above upper level surface. Where a general access ladder runs extends a distance of more than 6 meters, a landing point with a firm level platform and fall prevention measures shall be provided at each and every 6 meters. Excavations shall be kept clean and tidy all times. Accumulated waste and unused materials shall be removed from excavations on a daily basis. All excavations shall be thoroughly cleaned prior to any backfilling operations commencing. To prevent risk associated with falling objects, excavated material, other materials and equipment shall not be stored at edge of any excavation. A clear distance of 2 meters shall be maintained around all excavations. Warning signs. Contractors shall set up and maintain clear and legible throughout course of contract enough traffic diversion signs in accordance with Qatar Work Zone Traffic Management Guide and additional warning signs and guides. Additional areas that require warning signs and barriers are excavations over 1.2 meter deep, any edge or whatever edge, opening or platform from where a person may fall more than 2 meters, electrical transformers and substations, confined space entry points, area below and around working at height and heavy lifting operations, areas of open water more than 1 meter deep, areas where flammable goods are stored, areas where radiation resources are used or stored, areas within work sites that are classed as non-construction areas, areas within non-construction areas where construction activity is ongoing, areas below overhead utilities, areas above underground services, areas where test and commissioning activities are ongoing. Warning signs shall clearly state that nature and of hazard and instruct people of correct actions to take. Warning signs shall be manufactured in accordance. Warning signs will be manufactured in accordance with internationally recognized standards. All signs shall be in English, Arabic or local language, and languages preferred can be understood by workforce on a work site. All safety barriers and barricades are to comply with Qatar Work Zone Traffic Management Guide. Then we confined spaces. Let me see what time we have. It's already 4:03, so we can't continue. No problem. I'll hold here. I hold here at this moment because we have to see so many things. My computer is not that strong. I can work for more than 4 hours. Means let us review it just a minute. What actually we say. Now we have taken up means this. I take tomorrow all this page now. I don't know what page it is. It's page. Let me see what page it is. It is 95 or 246 page. Now I'll try to continue next time tomorrow when this, because this is very important and very risky management of excavation. If excavation is most important risk factor, you start with something. It's not only excavation, whatever safety factors we have talked so far, whatever safety plan we talked so far, whatever other items we talked so far, this is from international specifications, and that is generally because I am referring to Qatar means state of Qatar, Doha. That's like international standards. They don't do their own standards. International standards work there, and these countries on Gulf and everywhere they are very much specific about safety and maintenance, and we have to understand that it's not like our country whatever one wants to do it. Means there is something that we have to do. That's the reason. That's the only reason that I want to disseminate my knowledge to others. It's not exactly my knowledge. I'm just trying to refer to some documents. My knowledge, for explanation purpose, I'm doing that. Whenever required, I explain because based on my experience, you can say it's not simply that I'm just reading and telling you, reading because these are documents and these are very simple documents. You cannot say very complicated documents because these are technical engineering based, and it is actually means for safety of all workers, including everybody. And you should know safety is not easy. It's a responsibility of each and everybody. Everybody is responsible as far as safety, health and environment along with ergonomics are concerned. I have conducted many talks about safety, health, environment and ergonomics. On my Facebook pages you will find, on my Facebook video pages you will find there are so many talks regarding safety, health and environment. In past, this is I'm talking not specific for safety because this is for general specifications, but I'm trying to really reflect to you general specifications from Qatar specifications volume before I talk to you about general concrete specifications. That was section 5 of Qatar civil specifications. This is section 1 of Qatar civil specifications, which covers many aspects of that, and it's in continuation to those others. Safety also has come into picture. Whatever comes into picture that I have to reflect to you. In addition, I do my own opinions on that, and because it is some reference document, and this imposed by after long means it's 2014 document, sometimes more than 17 document. It's updated one, you can say. And that's the only purpose. I want to disseminate knowledge not in this country, all country. I know people are not going to do anything in this country. They are very rigid people here in my country. Here, no value of life, no value of anything. But it's very, it's not that one. You can say that we have to depend. We have to learn this. Learning is much more important. If you learn something, only then you can apply. If you don't learn, you cannot apply. And excavation, concreting, shuttering, rebars, reinforcing bars, and many more activities, scaffolding, hot work, cold work, industrial work. There are so many means activities that require. So there are books and books and books, but we are not going to get all books. We are going to understand practicality of all these, because engineers are responsible for each and every activity. Safeties are there to just support them. Responsibility of everyone is safety. And there's a general saying that if you know safety, no means KNOW. If you know safety, there is no pain. And if you know safety, if you know safety, and if there is no safety, there is pain. You get my point. वन इज इफ़ यू नो सेफ्टी, KNOW नो। अगर आप सेफ्टी जानते हैं तो आपको दर्द नहीं है, और अगर आप सेफ्टी नहीं रखते हैं तो दर्द ही दर्द है। नो सेफ्टी KNOW, नो सेफ्टी नो पेन, एंड इफ नो सेफ्टी नो सेफ्टी no pain, that no comes to this no. You get my point. KNOW, no safety, and no pain, and if no safety, KNOW pain. अगर आप सेफ्टी मानते हैं तो दर्द नहीं है, और आप सेफ्टी नहीं मानते हैं तो दर्द ही दर्द है। मतलब कहने का यह है, if you want to be safe, remain safe everywhere on parts. Otherwise, you are going to face problem. Nobody can save you. So I today could not talk about FIDIC because I wanted to consume time here on this, and let us see how it moves, because I cannot talk continuously for many hours. It's already 4 hours and more. So I should say take your bye. I take leave now, and to see you again next time, whenever. Thank you very much for this. Okay.